All right, let's see if this is working. Multiple microphones going here. Yay, 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 as we say in the world of AM. Looks like my wireless mic is working. It looks like the camera mic is working. Looks like we're streaming solid, I hope. We're still in kind of quiet mode here. There's not a whole lot going on yet. The guys are having some trouble with the transmitter, of all things. So they're working on that. Let me see if we're actually live. I'll be back.
Up and running now? I think so. Where's my tester?
Very carefully lift them up.
Excellent.
All right, so Clark, N1BCG, is in the other room testing, and we think we've got it. Stoner guy says looks good, thank you. I am probably going to close my browser for maximum bandwidth here. Okay, I'll let the other guys view and test as we go throughout the day here, but so give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna check a few other things. Audio that did now. Perfect.
So yeah, that's big.
Trying to get our remote location NDI source working here.
Oh, 4284. I don't know if that's means anything.
The joys of broadcasting live in an unknown place. Get it working. Right angle.
Oh, this is, I think it's, that's 79A. It's just like I have to put a lot.
All right, no joy yet on the NDI source.
That's there carefully. So this is yes.
not only, I mean, that's great content. I was just going to say that's. Oh,
No, that can't be.
I was just looking at it. Oh no! Did I have the wrong one?
Probably on the wrong link. What I really should do is leave this. Yeah, there's no way that could be running right now.
Oh crap! Wrong.
Posted the wrong link?
Great. Oh well. Yeah, and I just sent that out to everybody on the email.
Just keep sending more.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Wash up the hands again.
Oh no!
So I'm gonna find the hospitals.
I'm amazed that you have a wow. I was just about to take a picture of it. I've seen getting QSD, but that's it. Yeah, that's the real McCoy, as they say.
Yeah.
Nope, not yet. So,
So I have a soft copy, but that's over 100 max. You know, this is
Ethernet's coming out.
I don't know why we started on
All right, I'm reconnected on Wi-Fi.
this one, but you moved in another logbook. And
I got the camera. Bingo. Excellent.
Leave that off.
All right, so let's see. Now we can do museum tours. I should set this up here. 1 2 1 2. Yay yay yay. Yay yay yay. Very. Oh, okay. How do I find the stream? Go to YouTube and search for K3 FEF. FEF? Yep. You'll probably see a bunch of videos because people record me all the time. You want to find the person.
There it is, right on that. That should be the live.
There it is. Right. Click right on that. That should be the live stream.
That'll be a significant.
There'll be a significant delay.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. You got a stoner guy in there. Huh?
Yeah.
You got a stoner guy in there. Huh?
Yeah.
All right, now I think I can walk around.
You taping
All right. Now I think I can walk around a
We're
little
actually
bit.
live.
taping now?
Okay.
So this is my
We're
live
actually
remote
live.
cam.
Okay.
So this is my live remote camera.
YouTube. So
All right.
So it's going straight up to YouTube. See, there's like a small delay on NBI getting into the Wi-Fi, but it's not bad.
It's definitely holding the stream.
It's definitely holding the stream. We're working.
Great to meet you. Yeah.
This is what Armstrong Company.
Hey, Bill.
What is this?
System that I use to stream my stuff.
I'm sorry.
And actually, I linked it over.
Big time.
So it's going on my system.
This is what it's all about, guys.
That's there's an amplifier down there. It's live. That should be done.
None of these AC supplies, real friggin' motors.
How's the stream holding up,
Okay,
Rob, on my remote?
You know, like Bill said,
Bill said there is a slight delay, but that's normal.
Oh, the delay's normal.
Yeah.
Especially because right now this camera is acting as the remote, so I'm sending it over the Wi-Fi back into OBS, and then OBS has to send it out to YouTube.
Right, yeah.
Quite an operation.
Yeah.
So what you got
Well, you got all
the
your
cam bites, you know?
cam bites.
Yeah, there's probably some weird audio echo, I would bet right now,
I don't
because
know. Do you want me to say?
Well, I can see it on
well,
the
I can see it on the screen because I'm getting audio from the NDI source, which is the camera, and plus I still have my Wi-Fi on, which I'm going to turn off in 2 seconds.
You got to be a triple engineer.
You got to be a triple engineer.
All right, turn in that.
All right, turning that mic set off.
You off?
Are you off? You are not off. Somebody's calling my cell.
Yeah, you're getting a little.
Yeah, you're getting a little.
That's not too bad.
That's not too bad though. That now that I quieted down that other one, it should go
Yeah.
away.
This under here.
Tanya, can you go through my jacket and find my phone, please?
Now we have to do the
Now we have to do
required
the
three-dimensional testing.
required. Dramamine required. Yes, absolutely.
see if they can make more power. So they started out with I think a 2,000 volt motor generator. They brought in another 2,500 volt motor generator, put it in series with the first one. I don't know, hopefully it wasn't a grounded frame on the machine. They probably very
Guys, you got to see this place live. You got to come and visit. This is the Vintage Radio and Telecommunications Museum in Connecticut, and the collection is absolutely beautiful. They've got a little bit of everything here. And a lot of stuff you would normally find in my basement, but at least here they get it to display it properly. Plenty of console radios. Cool stuff. And here is their amazing tube display. I hope I'm still getting the Wi-Fi. It shows that the stream is good. I need one of these cabinets, because I've probably got the same tubes.
You gotta look for places that are closing. I was telling Tanya when I hauled dumpsters that the display cases and stuff were going. People just going
What a
I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, I'll gladly take the ride over to pick up one of these, anything like this. Yeah. Nice. Oh. It is just row after row of fun stuff. Worth the trip, guys. Vintage Radio and Communications Museum in Connecticut. You're going to want to visit here. If you're into radio, electronics, vintage, there it is, the Holy Grail. I got to build one of those. Working great. No issues.
No issues at all.
Nope.
Beautiful, beautiful. That's a good one. Right there, it's in the same.
You guys got to come over sometime. Just hang out on a Saturday or something.
Just to see everything, yeah.
Tanya, you see the beautiful Serwin Vegas speakers here? Oh. You cheater.
Can you get a second?
I don't think that Saturday's gonna be long enough for me to see everything.
Hey, you can welcome to crash over too. Oh, look nice.
No, on top of it.
Oh,
Well, I guess
mine looks much
you
better.
can talk to my pierogi over there.
Holy macaroons.
So the next day I turned around and had leftovers. And the frying pan was like a fried them up with sausage. Oh.
That's what they're torturing. Yeah.
This out of control. Folks, yeah, you got to come see this Vintage Radio and Communications Museum in Connecticut. Absolutely amazing. Plenty of broadcast equipment. Kind of looks like my basement, but much better organization. Something else.
Isn't this place is amazing, isn't it?
I got to come back on a day when I'm not actually working officially, you know?
For an official tour. Come back for an official tour.
Wait in 4 hours, we'll give you a tour.
And I probably got a truckload of stuff I can bring you from my basement. Oh, are these turntables? Oh, a Gates producer. Actually, if you guys want to sell anything, I still have room in the basement. Like this Gates producer over here is beautiful. It would go with my BC1T.
We can talk to Dan Thompson, he just left. He sells these things too. He thinks about
Does he really?
We do.
He may want to. He may sell that one. He may really. Seriously.
That's about home. Here they got to be buried up. It's a mixed bag. It's 12 full cornway plus the 160. I brought up an iron, which is the mostly 33, whatever, or 66. Yeah, they're doing like
Oh, it has been like that for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I got to give it a kick. I might have went out of range. How far back did I make it? Oh, I made it back pretty far. All right, so it looks like we lost the iPhone temporarily. So we got to stay in the front room with the iPhone. Come on, Betsy. Yeah. All right, so remote camera source test failed for a bit. But while I'm sitting here, like I said, I'm sure you guys heard me while I was walking around with the mobile. This place is pretty cool. Worth the trip. From my place in Pennsylvania, Milford, PA, it was about 2.5 hours. No traffic. Nice casual ride right off of Interstate 84. Come on, I want to get my camera going again. It was a lot more fun. I hate sitting in one spot. By the way, the area that you're looking at right now, this table, there's going to be some talks going on over here. This is a lot of Paul Godley memorabilia. His grandson brought it for display so people could go through it. I'm sure this will get some more action over here later on. Right now the guys are still working on the transmitter. And they're getting RF, so we're getting some. I went too far away, and now the camera's stuck. I wonder if I just got to reconnect to Wi-Fi.
What are they setting up over there?
They're trying to get the transmitter functioning. They had some initial technical problems. They're getting that straightened out now. Back to settings, and let's get back over to the OBS mobile camera setup. It takes like minutes for the NDI link to reconnect back to the iPhone, so hopefully it picks up shortly here. Yay, no audio. We're going to be plagued with issues today. Alright, well at least I got you guys back on the regular camera for now. This is the Paul Godley display area. We'll be doing some more there. Try to get my NDI source working again. Oh, there's whistling going on back there. A little bit of chirp. There we go. Okay, we've got the link again. The phone's up. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up this phone so that it stays on charge. You guys can't see it yet. That's all right. Tanya? This is my number one assistant. Say hello, Tanya.
Hi.
All right. What I need you to do is take this USB charger, plug it into that extension cord back there for me, and we're going to try to keep this. I want to make sure this phone is topped off all the time. Excellent. All right, so I got my remote camera set back up again. All right, what I'm going to do for now, I think, is we're going to make All right, guys, so All right, guys. So I'm going to take a few minute break here. The iPhone camera running there. The iPhone camera running there. And we're going to wait for some strange background. We're going to wait for some more activity. Hopefully, you guys can make that out. How clear is it? We'll get better, and it will get more exciting. A lot of stuff going on up here at the A lot of stuff going on up here at the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum. Hang in there. We'll be back. So hang in there. We'll be back.
It's right next to a Lord and Taylor. She'll be back for hours. This is our live stream. This is our live stream. Where's the entertainment? Where's the narrator? This is going to get much more interesting. Folks, this is going to get much more interesting very soon. Please stand by. Where's the Indian figurehead? Oh, no, you can't do that anymore. We need the color bars. Tanya, do you want to
Definitely not.
Why don't you want to find someone? Find someone. At least run Tom and Jerry reruns. Or at least run Tom and Jerry reruns. Or Abbott and Costello, something. I'm going to find the TV people. One moment. I'm going to find the TV people. One moment.
Oh, here she is. Oh, here she is. How nearby is Dunkin' Donuts? We got the transmitter operating.
So it must be in the wall.
Piano here and everything.
I know.
I feel like I'm home. I feel like I'm home. This is like radios everywhere.
This is great. This is great. Okay, so what I should really do is set up a few scenes. Okay, so what I should really do is set up a few scenes so we can switch back and forth. Over one. Come over one. Now let's see if we can get in front of these guys. Now let's see if these guys see what they're doing. Just so you know, you're welcome to grab that iPhone. Just walk around. You're welcome to grab that iPhone.
You were doing such a great job.
I did only.
You were doing such a great job.
I did only. I touched on it easily. What I did learn is you can't go in the background. Once the thing with NDI, once the thing with NDI network broadcast, once it drops, it takes like 4 minutes.
Stay in this area.
But if we stay in this area, I walked to the corners. I had no problems whatsoever.
Why don't I line up an interview? Why don't I line up an interview then?
Sure.
Why don't we talk to Bob Allison?
Bob actually did a great thing. Bob actually
Show me some of the broadcast stuff. Show me some of the broadcast
So what?
stuff.
Yes, it was terrible. So what I've got.
So what I yes, it was terrible.
Right now,
so what I've got
Just so you know, this is actually program
right now,
going out.
just so you know, this is actually program going out. This is the
switch to
preview. So switch to the mobile scene. I could do a transition.
Now we're mobile.
Now we're mobile. All right.
So what you see on the right is
So what you see on the right is what's going out to YouTube.
Why am I on video? I don't do slow scan or ATV.
I forgot.
Let's find
Sorry.
Bob Allison. There he is.
Bob was.
There
he is.
He's in back. Hunt him down like a scared animal.
Hey Tanya, can you occasionally glance at the right screen and make sure that the mobile's still working? Okay. Still engineering over here.
Bob, I hope you're okay with television because this is live on YouTube right now. We'd like to get you to say a few words for the YouTube masses.
Yeah. Wow. Where do you start? There's so much here.
How about like an introductory now that we've got our act together?
Almost got our act together.
Okay.
Almost.
All right, am I live now?
You're live.
Hi, everybody. Bob Allison here, WB1GCM. Welcome to the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut. Before us here is our W1 Victor Charlie Mike, W1 VCM Ham Radio Club. Inside the shack here we have Larry, WA1LGQ. Larry is one of our biggest mover and shakers here in the Ham Club. Larry is familiar with all the old vacuum tube equipment like we all are, and he's an expert at troubleshooting. and he's essentially we do a lot of testing here, and we do get donations, but we do turn them around, fix them up, and we do sell them at times, and that's to make some extra money to pay the bills. We have to pay for the electricity, the gas, the insurance, which is very expensive to run a museum. But nonetheless, this radio museum has been successful for 31 years, and this museum has never taken any government, state, or local funds. So it's all done by volunteers and helped paid by people walking through the door and people's generous donations. That's how this museum has survived and thrived in Connecticut here. So we have our ham shack transceiver is a Yaesu FDDX 5000 right here. Well, we will employ this for part of the on-air activities here today. We also have another transceiver, a Kenwood TS570D. And of course, we have a software-defined receiver here that's located in Ashford. This is going to be our extra ears for tonight. So in case the noise level is too high here, we have a quiet receiver and remote location. We did put out a receiving loop. And for tonight's activities, for the W2AN/1BCG transmitter, which will be on 1821 kilohertz, we put up an inverted L with a whole bunch of radials. So the L part's about 45, 50 feet up, in a quarter wavelength total. And we put down a lot of radials. WR is reasonable, certainly acceptable for that big old boat anchor transmitter that the AWA has brought.
Yeah, I don't think it'll mind the SWR.
Yeah, I don't think that's UL approved either. But so we have the antenna ready to go for them, and then we can receive on receive loop and also a remote receiver in Ashford. There's also a slew of receivers. There's a really nice one in eastern Pennsylvania. I think the call letters are K3FEF. Thank you. And there's also SDRs that we can utilize remotely.
Those are the
as well. We can listen to our own signal to see if we're actually making it across.
Yep, we can do that right from here.
Yep. And so starting at 6 o'clock, and at 6 we're going to be sending a bulletin. And I understand it's going to be sent with a hand key. It's about 8 minutes long, each bulletin. And so, but the bulletins will start every 15 minutes on or about 1821. So between 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock tonight, W2AN/1BCG will be on the air and transmitting. And we'll be receiving here, and we'll see if people across the pond can hear us like they did 100 years ago.
I let a lot of guys over in Europe know, so they're listening. They're on the lookout. And I'm eyeballing this beautiful Collins stack over here.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and we also have an AM station, a rather modest one here, but we have grander plans with some of the equipment that's in the next room over, those AM broadcast transmitters, right?
Really?
We got quite
Some
there.
setup.
And maybe the Gates will come back at the Aero Lab.
Is that where the Gates? This is where the Gates came from?
No, the Gates is owned by the museum.
So so it's just kind of on loan.
It's on loan, and then when they're not using it, or if they're not going to use it, we can take it back here at the museum and have it here.
Excellent.
So we'll see what happens with that. We have the Johnson Ranger, and we have this very unusual HRO50R1, and with all the beautiful coils in here for the tuning here.
Oh wow!
So check that out. We have all the coils. Look at that, even the rare 50 to 54 megahertz. So yes, we love 6-meter AM in this shack. We're a bunch of 6-meter AMers as well. A fun band to have AM on.
That's good. And I'm just looking. I noticed this handy dandy keyer.
Yeah, look at that.
That is excellent.
Little garage business.
In case you got weak thumbs or a weak index finger.
Yeah. Well,
Quite a setup.
And if you notice past these gentlemen, we have that white radio in the corner. G28. That's a nice 10-meter AM radio. 1959. Didn't make them very long, and so we can get on 10-meter AM with that.
And I see there's some Gonset Civil Defense hiding out underneath.
Yeah. See, one of the nicest parts of my radios from home, and I can hide them here. So I've been happy to donate equipment to the museum over the years, and I can still see the old stuff that was mine at one point. But I will say, it's great being a volunteer here because it certainly cures your need to hoard. So I don't have to
My
worry
current
about
problem.
collecting because all the collection's here. Look at this place.
Yeah, you gotta, like I said, this is worth a trip, worth visiting. An amazing collection here.
And
A
people
lot
do
of
come-
everything.
Yeah, people come from around the world to see this from all corners, and that's quite gratifying. And we get a lot of nice feedback here.
Excellent.
Poland the other day, yesterday.
A couple from Poland. All right, I'm going to show you one of my favorite radios in the shack, though, and it's right over here. We have the Keith kit. Here it is, the HW16 and VFO. Now, I love playing around with that. In fact, we used it for field day this past June, and we made a whole bunch of contacts with that. And it's just a 35 watts RF output. It has a solid state receiver and a tube transmitter in it, and that's the HG10 VFO on the top of that.
And at 35 watts, that would have been considered a classic novice rig.
Oh, it is, and I like the receiver in it. It's very sensitive and very, very, very wonderful CW radio for the novice. Back in the day, of course.
Awesome.
Yep, and we have the microphone collections and
Yep, plenty of mics,
and-
Hallicrafter speakers.
and we have a huge number of amateur radio pieces out in the back in storage here as well. So the ham club is well equipped, well stocked, and the members of the museum, again, they're volunteers at the museum, but the members in the ham club here have a wide background. We have a contester here at the left. We have our IT guy here over here. I'm the old buzzard boat anchor person along with Larry, so we like that kind of technology. Some have accused me of not getting with time. Well, sorry. Look what I almost
It's
did.
what we do.
I almost
Almost
flipped off
broke
the
into, yep.
Almost. All right, so that's our ham shack. Now, of
Good
course,
stuff.
there's the power distribution up on top.
Nice.
So everybody in their shack should have a way to kill their power if need be. And we're going to be very vigilant with the W2AN transmitter here in case we need to. We can yank the cord.
Seems to squirrel everything up a little bit
Yeah.
where it was.
So if you
right.
point the camera in this direction, right through that door is transmitter alley.
Yep, which we
We
kind of
have
got cut off before. I can't get back there, unfortunately, with this camera, but
We have some really nice broadcast transmitters there, early mixers,
look at
parts
them.
of television transmitters.
vintage computer collection, a lot of which I had.
Yeah. I donated a Commodore 64 here.
Let's see. I had the TI, I had the Commodore 64, I had the Atari 800. I still have my color computer. PC Junior had that, had the Mac, 2GS. I had the Apple a long time, actually. I never got rid of that thing. No, it's an IBM portable. This is the compact. I had this one when I was still doing software development and software bottling. Amazing.
And a little over there, we have actually some set up with games.
This is great.
So, this is interactive display. The kids love coming over here and playing the vintage games on the vintage equipment. That gives them a little bit more perspective than what they're used to with their telephones.
Yep. Yeah, the C64, I had probably 200 games on floppy disk for this thing. What a shame I gave them away. What's Bob up to? Wow, look at that 100 meg hard drive. Uh-oh. Oh, I know what this is going to do.
Oops, here we go. Oops.
How's that for amazing?
Hey man, it's the old hippie buzz going around in circles. Nothing ever changes. All right.
That is excellent.
So it has a little cartridge on the bottom. Picks up the sound, amplifies, a little transistor amplifier in here, and the on-off switch is this little thing. It's the hippie bus. Goes around circles and makes sound. There's speakers on the top.
That is absolutely great.
Yep. So every one thing in this cabinet is a radio of some sort, except for the bus, which is a phonograph.
Wow.
So some of these are pretty awesome. Here we have the Green Giant niblets.
Marketing. They went to pulled out all the stops for that.
Yep, and then we got the Stanley measuring tape radio.
Fantastic.
The tuning here, yeah. So that's it. I used to have a can of WD-40. It's around here somewhere. Look, even hand lotion.
Oh my goodness, from Avon.
Hand lotion. It's a radio, so go figure. Yeah. So these are the novelty radios that we have in here.
This is great. Quite a collection.
Yeah, so it keeps growing and growing. You see, nobody wants to throw away grandma or grandpa's old radio. Well, we can't keep it. What do we do? So they contact us and they say, please, will you take this? And we are obliged to. Now, sometimes we get extra surplus equipment in here, and we get a lot of it. And so we do process that, we clean it, and we repair it if we can, and we put it up on eBay. And again, that helps pay the bills here.
Can you find the seller on eBay under the museum name?
Yes, VRCMCT. VRCMCT. Like Vintage Radio Communications Museum of Connecticut.
I'm definitely going to follow that seller on eBay because I got to imagine it's going to be good stuff.
Oh, there is. We've sold an awful lot there, and again, that really does help pay the bills here. And it also, importantly, puts into the hands of collectors equipment that they want, that they've been looking for quite a long time. So we're a service to the collector. To a point as well.
Oh, for sure.
But we do have lots of things. I could show you some of my favorite radios. Can we go over to this
Sure,
side? Absolutely.
I think I told Tanya to warn me if we went silent, so.
So this is an Admiral television from about 1953, and it's the largest TV or radio ever built out of a case of entirely Bakelite. This is a Bakelite cabinet, and it's the biggest Bakelite cabinet of anything made.
And no cracks.
And no cracks, and the TV does run.
That's fantastic.
A lot of the equipment that you see here does run.
I actually have that Grundig. This one here I have this one.
These things are heavier than I thought.
I like this. This is kind of cool. Over here we have
it
this
really
indicator.
needs to go down there
And
where
when
the
the tubes
hazards
come
are.
up, this will start closing. And the thing is, this little indicator here is for tuning. As the signal gets stronger, this closes up. The steel building is different.
Becker's just tapping it up with one-handed hand.
Wow.
That actually has amazing sound.
Yes, it has a lot of bass to it, but I like the tuning indicator. It's very special. Yep. And this does long wave, it does phonographs, several shortwave bands, and it does stereo as well. So it's quite a device, and it even has a push button to turn it off. Like that. So this is our German radio display over here. The total display is awfully cool. But I thought I'd show you some of these tabletop radios. Now, some of you out there may say, I don't know how to fix anything. How am I going to have any old radio? What am I going to do if it breaks? Well, people ask that all the time, and that's why we actually have radio repair classes here. We have an expert. He's like one of the last owners of a TV and radio repair shop in the world, or at least in Connecticut.
Wow.
And that's Danny's out of East Windsor. Danny's TV and Repair. Danny fits in. And he holds classes here. And so people bring their radios and they learn how to fix their radios in this class. So these are some of the cool radios that we collected, table radios.
Many of these are what you call AA5, All American 5 style, right?
Yes,
I would
correct.
think for the
5
most
tubes
part.
and no transformer. And some of them can actually run on DC as well. So here's a funny one. It's called the Tradio. The Tradio, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you'd find in your hotel motel room. Look, you put a quarter in here in the slot, right? Put a quarter in here. Now you have music and programming for 2 hours. And once the 2 hours is up, the radio automatically shuts off and you can put another quarter in it. It's called the Tradio.
I like it.
So it might make a couple of bucks a day if you have a tenant in your room. So that's pretty cool. Right, here's another unusual radio, which usually isn't found with all of its glass associated with it. It's the bar radio.
This is my type of radio.
Look at this, folks. It's the bar radio. I'll hold it up for everybody to see.
You guys got stuff you want to stash in the back and go through the double doors and put it in the car.
Michael, it's not moving. Yeah. Just now.
Just now.
I was holding up the. It just. Yeah, it just stopped now. After he held up the radio, it stopped.
Let me do the senior thing. I wonder if you got distance from the phone. If it had anything to do. Tell me try to get him to walk back this way.
One of the professors, my grandfather, was expecting to learn more about radio from me. He said, there's no future in wireless telegraphy.
Yeah,
No, I'm just wondering if you lost light.
I don't know.
We got pretty darn far, which was good. It's going to take a few minutes to reach.
That's what I'm saying, if you lost the Wi-Fi signal from the distance.
So for now, what I would do.
You got 2 watchers and 3 lights.
How can you tell how many people are watching this?
I went on the site.
All right, so
No,
we're
you went on the regular.
back to a technical difficulty here. We're going to wait for the mobile setup to resync again, which always takes a few
You're in
minutes
studio
once you get out of
mode,
range.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people are going to be popping in and out, and probably as it gets busier
And then I
later
turned around,
on,
like,
we'll see more. Okay. The nice thing about this is it all gets recorded like a DVR, so
Right.
even people that missed it can come back and watch it if they
You
want.
got 2 watchers and 3 lights.
Excellent.
And I'm streaming on my Facebook page. So on my Facebook page, you got look at all the people that checked in and watching. Chris, you know KC2RGW.
Oh, what are you taking my feed and restreaming
Streaming
it?
on mine, yes. Come on.
It's been sprayed. It's on several websites. And I sent it to the 35-person district planning committee for Transatlantic 100.
Yeah. So Chris is on there. You talked to my friend Steve on there. Steve. I wanted Steve to come here because Steve was here last time, and I got a picture of his son JoJo 5 years ago when he was small. And Dan WA1 QZ there up in Massachusetts. He's on.
So let me ask you, how are you streaming it from your Facebook page?
Oh, I put the link on.
Oh, you just put the link on?
Yeah, so people can go on and watch it.
Oh,
Oh, I've been broadcasting this for the last month on the radio, on my Facebook page and also on the radio, the AM carrier net every morning. You know, Chris HA1G, who's just still here, Joe N1VIV from Stonington. He didn't come down there, but I told all the AM guys, you know, that are local here that can come.
So what's programmed into that? Oh, great. Very nice.
The guy made it in like 3 days.
all right. Well, I'll leave it like this for a few minutes. This is gonna, like I said, it always takes 3 to 4 minutes to catch up, and then the scene on the left, that'll start to move again.
It's going to switch in a transition over, right?
Yeah, and then I'll just transition it back.
Now, how did you do the transition over?
I just hit the transition.
Oh, you
we're back.
Okay, but how did you do it on them? Okay.
So I've got, you know, I don't always fully close things off. I just leave them up so I can see what's actually happening. So now if you want, hit the transition button. It'll move what you see on the left over to the right. With the mouse. No, I wish it was touchscreen. That'd be handy dandy.
You know what? I set my transition to F12. So it's F12.
You know, it probably would work, but that's mine. I'm all fingers today.
course you're gonna stream this. Link it over. Well, I already did a video on my page. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix it.
You know what I need?
You don't have
I'm just going to find any second. I want this and that tripod back there. Use the bottom, that little guy. Yeah.
We're back.
Then I can set that, leave it somewhere, or even just use it as a handle so I'm not getting my finger into it. But leave it somewhere, or... Yeah, I can't get the camera in a direction.
No. I will do a programming announcement at 3 o'clock today. We're going to use the high voltage power supply from the replica transmitter to do shot caller trivia. So you have to answer questions about the transatlantic tests, and if you get it wrong, they hit the plate. This will be great television.
Yeah, pull that handle out.
You want it this way or?
Yeah, I'd rather go like that. No, pick it up. I like it like that, but I want this facing forward.
Like that?
Nope. Like,
Oh, forward that way. Like that?
I'm sorry. 180 degree flip.
This
It's
one?
funny. It's when it's not in my own hand,
This
of
one?
course. Yes. Yeah, you'll see why. Because now what I can do is I put
Oh,
the
the name is
screen.
going to be on the outside.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Kabish.
Dankeschön. All right, this should now work. Make sure we get out of the cameras. There we go. Oh, I've got a comfortable handle now.
Yay!
We're back in business.
Hi, everybody.
We're back.
Okay. Well, what would you like to see next?
Holy cow. Where to start?
Did you go to the big transmitter room?
Can't make it back there. She breaks up. Wi-Fi won't reach.
Pre-record something to show later.
How would you like to see some really cool phonographs?
I'm into that.
All right? Yeah, I am a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, now follow me.
Don't make me laugh. My hand shakes.
I know. He's a ham.
Oh, wow.
You know more than
Yep.
This museum just doesn't simply have radios. It has all forms of communications. Hence the name of the museum, Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut. So we cover the telegraph, the telephone, the phonograph, film, radios, television, jukeboxes, ham radio, that too. Anything related to communications.
Even this camera.
I love the tin cans and a string.
Oh, absolutely.
That's vintage.
That's a great fun for the kids when they come by. We demonstrate that. And
this is the actual live.
we love having young people here, and this is why
No,
we're
I
here,
think
because we get
no.
to share this technology to kids that haven't seen it before, such as the rotary telephone. How many times have they tried to make the dial go and they don't know how to dial it? They don't know how to do yes, that part, yes, just like that. So these are actually, you can talk on some of these back and forth. We have our old, and that, and look at this one was in a hotel room. Wait, where's my luggage? Oh, it's not working. There it is. Waiter, where's my food? Okay.
Yeah.
So, at the turn of the last century, in place was the telephone. Telephone was originally a business instrument, but by the late 1890s, it started appearing in people's homes en masse. And also at the end of the 1890s, the phonograph came into view and became affordable. Before they were just find them in an arcade in the nickel and the slot trade. But Edison and Columbia both made affordable phonographs. And by the 1897 Sears catalog, you start to see some inexpensive, affordable phonographs for the home consumer. I'm going to demonstrate this Edison home phonograph. Here it is. It was originally about $35.
Saying on both us too.
That's okay.
That's okay.
And take a look at this record. This is a cylinder record. Now, we're all familiar with the flat records, but the first records that were sold were mainly cylinder records. And the advantage to a cylinder record is that the surface speed is constant all the way across the record. Whereas, a flat record, such as this Victrola record, okay, in one revolution it has to make all this distance, but in another revolution it just makes a smaller distance. So the surface speed slows down. And that was a problem with the early disc records because it would cause distortion. And that's why the cylinder record was superior at the time, because the surface speed was constant all the way across. This is made out of cellulose. Edison's records were made out of wax until 1912. There was a company, a fellow by the name of Lambert, who started making celluloid cylinders in the year 1900. Now, Thomas Edison dismissed celluloid as an inferior medium to record onto. So he dismissed celluloid. Well, somebody else made celluloid records and they made a good go of it until Edison and Columbia sued them for patent infringements. In the end, Columbia got the indestructible record. Edison was stuck with wax until 1912, until the patents wore out. But anyway, we're going to put this indestructible type record on here because we don't worry about it breaking like some of the early wax records. That's another indestructible. But we have other wax records here. They're very fragile. But we'll put it on. Let's play a record. That's enough, Bob. Just play a record. It goes on like that. Give it a few cranks. There's no electronics with this phonograph. It's all acoustic. It has a spring for a motor, spring-driven motor. And the on-off switch is over here. And watch this. We just bring it over to the start of the grooves, drop it down.
That sounds great.
Oh, it sounds even better with a big horn. Watch this. CQ.
So that was like an add-on.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what. You see, in the old days, you wouldn't really have this small little portable horn on this phonograph in your parlor. You'd have a big horn like this or those that are up there.
Oh, wow.
Okay? And when you're in a room that has furniture with curtains on the walls, nice fluff rugs on the floor, and a couple of cats here and there, that absorbs all the sound reflections. And these phonographs actually sound very, very, very good when they're set up in the proper environment. Maybe not the best in here, but we'll improve it a little bit by using the bigger horn. There we go. Now, what I want you to do, please, Mr. Cameraman, is I want you to come around the front, and I want you, zoom in, come on over here. Look down this horn, all the way down this horn, way, way, way down in the horn. You know what's inside that horn? 1905.
1905, there it is. That's incredible. It's almost so loud. You would like if I was at home with family, I'd probably say, "Can you turn the volume down a little bit?"
No, you don't say that. You say, "Put a sock in it."
Put a sock in it.
Yes, you put a sock in it to reduce the volume. I shall demonstrate with this crude mute ball. This could be a sock. Put a sock in it. Good. Let's continue on.
So now you know where "put a sock in it" came from.
That's right. Now, if you want to advance 10 years, we have the Edison Amber 30. Notice the horn is internal. And now Edison now has the ability to manufacture celluloid records. These are called blue amberols. They're very, very sturdy. They have a plaster Paris core. Best yet, I can't scratch them. I can't break them. And look, we have so many more.
Oh, wow.
So we have this record cabinet right here.
That is something.
Yep. So, oh, who's Sir Harry Lauder? Sir Harry, one of the most popular entertainers at the turn of until, I would say, he was popular from 1905 to right after World War II. Here we go. Here's the horn in here.
That is something.
This is a very popular phonograph to bring out in the field on a boat, in your car. Because one nice thing about cylinder phonographs is when you lower the reproducer down, you can't rock the reproducer. It's locked in. And this is a thread screw which propels the reproducer and horn. It propels it across the cylinder at the right speed. So this doesn't move around, and you can bring it in a car, a boat, and it's just wonderful. Even a horse and wagon, that's what people rode around in 1915. Scotch.
That is great. Skip proof.
Whoop. Oh, we got some banjo records. Wait a minute. Quick. Complete with 1915 dust.
Unreal.
So that's the Edison Ambarola. Now, Thomas Edison did make disc records. He did, and they were forced to because, well, that's what people wanted. They wanted the flat discs. Do you realize they'd still make cylinders today if it wasn't for one thing? Storage. Because it's very hard to store a large number of cylinder records. And just think, 7-inch records were really popular at the time, and you could put about 50 7-inch discs in the same space as 6 cylinder records. All right, so that's why they lost out to the simply storage. And it was technically superior cylinders more. Anyway, so let's take a look at the Edison Diamond disc, which is over here. Here's the horn. It's an internal horn.
Oh, wow.
Notice here, there's that mute ball. That's the volume control.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
See you guys later.
Bye, Bill. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you so much for the help.
If you need anything technical-wise, talk to John. He'll get a hold of me.
Okay.
I'll come back.
Thanks again.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Okay, so you have the volume control. This ball goes in and out like that.
That is great.
Check that out. Yep. And we'll put that back in, give it a crank. I don't know what's on here, but we'll just play it. It's a foxtrot. Most of the time, you close the lid. See how the acoustics change.
Oh, wow.
You have more high frequencies when you open the lid. Ready? Now let's stop this, and I'll show you one of these records. You see, look how thick these are.
Oh, man,
They're like a
that's,
China plate.
yeah, it's almost like 3/8 of an inch there.
Sounds like one too, right? And again, this is made out of a very, very hard thermoplastic called condensite. It was a brand new material Edison had made for these discs. He was forced to change materials, phenols and resins that about 1914 because the war broke out in Europe. And so the chemicals that came from overseas were not available. So he had to do some substitutions, and consequently between 1915 and about 1919, 1920, the surfaces of these records were a little on the noisy side. So sometimes cylinder records that had the identical song on it actually sounded better than the surface noise of the record. But by the 1920s, Edison really had a great acoustic recording system. When I mean acoustic, I mean that these records were recorded with a large horn, a recording horn. Not a microphone, no electronics involved, just the sound funneling down a horn to the cutting the cutting head, basically, that would cut the grooves in the blank wax disc or cylinder, whatever you're recording onto. So that's the Edison Diamond disc.
So if they used a horn to record them,
yes,
how did they reproduce them? Once they had a recording, now let's say I have a master, so to speak, I want to reproduce it.
So then it comes to the point where the wax blank is then plated with a fine layer of graphite that's sprinkled on in a vacuum, and then the record is plated. And they had like a copper nickel-y kind of plating to it.
So plating was involved.
Yes, plating,
interesting.
Electroplating.
Yep.
And the Edison's, the cylinder records, that's much harder to mold a cylinder record, because if they had a seam, wouldn't it interfere with the recording? So yeah, how did they do that? Well, they used molds, and they used changes of temperature. So you'd have a very hot wax going into the mold, but then they'd cool off the mold with water, and the wax would shrink and then simply fall out of the mold. So this is the Diamond Disc machine. Now we have something else very special here. It's the orthophonic Victrola. Have you folks ever heard of the Victrola? Yep. So that's a Victor talking machine. Victor talking machine came from the Berliner phonograph company, Berliner gramophone company. Berliner was the inventor of the disc phonograph, as Edison had the cylinder, and Edison had the concept of the flat disc record, but he went with the cylinders. Berliner went with a disc, a flat record that was really easy to stamp. And in late 1894, Berliner records were introduced to the public. They didn't sell very well at first, but by the late 1890s, they were very, very popular, so much so that there was all sorts of infighting between companies, et cetera, et cetera. And what happened was Berliner's chief engineer, his name was Eldridge Johnson. Eldridge Johnson had a saying about the constructions of the sound box. He worked on the sound boxes. He assisted with the spring motors, and Eldridge Johnson was very, 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 very astute in the fact that he wanted to start his own phonograph company. But that always resulted in all sorts of lawyers involved and lawsuits. But in the end, Eldridge Johnson was victorious over Emil Berliner in the fact that he was able to separate and take some of his inventions with him. Eldridge Johnson was the victor. He was the victor in the lawsuits. Hence, Victor Records. And that's Nipper. Hey, take a look at Nipper up there, Mr. Cameraman. And there's Nipper up there. So there's Nipper, old terrier. Look at him, he's looking in the phonograph, huh? Isn't that cute? But look at that little dog with his head cocked to the side. And he's looking in that horn with a sort of a sad face on him. Doesn't look like a happy dog. That's because he's listening to his master's voice. The dog is smart enough to know that his master's voice is coming out of the phonograph. And where do you think his master is right now? Well, folks, he's right here in this coffin. The dog is sitting on the coffin of the master, but yet the dog hears his master's voice and is looking sad. So if you learn the story of Nipper sitting on his master's coffin, listening to his master's voice, you'll never forget the story.
That is the first time I've ever actually heard that story. Did not know it.
And here's another interesting story about the painting, is that there was an artist named Gerard, not like the turntable, but, was it Berard with a B? Yes, Berard. I'm confusing it with a turntable. So this French artist had a great idea. Had the dog looking into the phonograph, except the phonograph wasn't a Victor talking machine. It was a cylinder player, an Edison cylinder player. And so they presented it to the officials. The French artist presented this painting with the cylinder phonograph and the dog in it. to officials at Edison, and they refused it. They thought it was a terrible idea. We'll never sell any phonographs and records with such a macabre idea, it was said. So the painter, Berard, undauntedly painted out the cylinder phonograph and painted in a Victor talking machine, presented this to the Victor people, and they loved it. And since October of 1901, Nipper has been used as an advertising icon. So for 120 years, Nipper's been around. How many of that is in dog years, I wonder? It's an old dog. So that's that. Now here's one of the Victor talking machines over here. This one's from about 1921. What's unusual about this one is it has an electric motor in it. It was one of the early machines that had electric motors for Victor. Now Edison had electric motors from the start. His business machine, his cylinder record, had wet cell batteries to power 2.5 volts for the electric motor. So electric phonographs aren't really that new, but here it is new for Victor, and we just turn it on with the on-off switch here. And it takes a little bit to get going. There we go. Looks like it's running slow. Come on, wake up, wake up. There it goes. Close it up. So this is a 100-year-old phonograph, and it still runs like it was built originally. Even has the light. So this is still an acoustic phonograph, meaning that the records play back acoustically. How does it work? The needle rides in the groove here, and this needle goes back and forth, which pulls on a lever right over here. So this lever now makes this diaphragm made out of like mica material. It pulls that in and out, vibrates, and the vibrations go down this hollow tube down to the horn, and the horn amplifies the vibrations from the record. So that's how that works. There's no electronics involved. The next phonograph will be hard to believe there are no electronics. This phonograph here is the Victrola. It's the Victor Orthophonic. Now this is the last acoustic phonograph that Victor came up with. And this was built right in the transition where they were going from electrical recording to recording. And so this was built in about 1926. Electrical recording was introduced about 1925. So this phonograph's from 1926. It was specifically designed to play back the electrically recorded records, the brand new electrically recorded records at the time. Now, if you played an electrically recorded record on that machine that we just played over there to the left, it'll sound distorted because the records are too loud. Now, I want you to back up, Mr. Cameraman, and what I'm going to do is I have to change the needle, right? You have to change the needle with every record.
Yeah, I just learned that actually.
Yeah, so, you can't just keep using the needle. They'll wear out and they'll ruin your records. Now, there are records that we have here that we've played hundreds and hundreds of times. The secret is changing the needle. So let me tell you, these needles, make sure that you dispose of these properly, because you don't want to end up like Aunt Mary, do you? You know about Aunt Mary, correct? Aunt Mary, the Aunt Mary story, if you're a phonograph person, you heard the story. But for those of you at home, so Aunt Mary was a very well-to-do lady, and she had a nice Victrola in her parlor, and Aunt Mary invited all the neighbors over, all her friends, to have a phonograph party in her parlor. So she did, but they got a little tipsy, a little bit reckless. That happens, And Aunt Mary, she ended up sitting on a phonograph needle. And Aunt Mary was too proud of a lady to ask anybody to remove a phonograph needle from her derriere. So she left it there. Well, 2 years later, she was sweeping in the kitchen, and she bumped her elbow up against the door frame, and she felt something, and she picked at it. Oh, it's sharp, and she picked at it, and out of her elbow, she pulled the phonograph needle that had gone into her butt. The phonograph needle traveled through her veins, her arteries, through her heart, down her arm, and out the elbow. Now, tell me, Do you want to end up like Aunt Mary?
Definitely not.
No. That's why you should buy an Edison phonograph. There are no needles to change. The stylus is permanent. No needles to worry about. Aunt Mary can sleep soundly. Now, did you like that story?
Great marketing.
Well, that was a sales pitch from an Edison dealer.
It's great.
Don't end up like Aunt Mary. So we're going to take the needle out. We'll find another one here. There we go. We'll put a fresh needle in. Pointy side down, of course. And we're going to play John Philip Sousa's Fairest of the Fair March on an orthophonic Victrola. Now,
I have Philip Sousa's baton, actually, from when he was conducting.
Oh, my.
Yep.
Awesome. So this is going to be loud. So stand back, Mr. Cameraman. How you doing out there? Everybody out there in internet land, please tell your friends that we're on the air, okay? Let's make this go viral. Here we go. Fairest of the Fair March with Sousa. Too fast.
That's amazing.
Watch this. Volume control.
Absolutely awesome.
Gotta let the record play out.
Oh, yeah. You still flowing up there? Now, this machine also employs an automatic shutoff. There you go. So, Slick.
that's your orthophonic Victrola from 1926.
And that's all acoustic, is it?
Yep.
No,
So,
no electrical amplification. I had no idea they were so loud.
so that's our phonograph demonstration. We have a few more in here which are very remarkable. We also have several back in storage. So we bring a few new ones out every once in a while. The iconic phonograph is behind you. This is your Victor tabletop machine. I think this is a Victor 5, is it? Yeah, something like that. But it's external horn. Notice the Victrola we just played has the internal horn. It's called a Victrola if it has an internal horn. If it has an external horn, it's known as a Victor talking machine. So this plays quite well. This is old, very very old, about 1910. A little cranky. Okay.
That is great.
And this machine down on the bottom is made by Pooley. Pooley manufactured this set specifically for G. Fox and Company in Hartford, Connecticut. So it's a specially made phonograph cabinet, very ornate, with sort of a generic phonograph motor and turntable in there. Again, it's acoustic, and nothing really special about the playback on that. In fact, it's quite awful as compared to the Victor machines. So that's our that's our phonograph demonstration. Over here we have this is a very interesting little area because all of this equipment in this area here are made in Connecticut. So all these devices is our Connecticut area here, since we're out of Connecticut. And what's this over here? What is that? Oh, that looks like what? Knives, spoons, forks. What does that have to do with communication?
Bit out of place.
What does that have to do? Well, I'll tell you. This part of Windsor, Connecticut was known as Spoonville because the factories here made cutlery and utensils. So to honor our local factory of Windsor, we thought we'd have our utensils out here.
That's great. Good stuff. So you want to take a break for a little bit, and we'll come back with more museum tour in a little bit.
Thank you, folks.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Bob Allison, thank you.
Oh, great story. Great story. With the needle.
Let's see. Is everybody taking a break?
Let's
see. Is everybody taking a break?
What I'll do, folks, is I'm gonna
All right. So what I'll do, folks, is I'm gonna
switch over, and
actually I can't tell from here.
thank you. But let's see.
Thank you.
But let's see.
We're working good.
Yep. We're working good.
Great. That was great.
Let me get this plugged back in.
Yeah, keep that. Keep that. Absolutely.
Nope. We're going to feed you. So follow me. I'll show you where it's all at. Follow me. Follow me.
it would not take much. It would not take much to tell him that this thing works. To tell him that this thing works. No. No.
That's pretty cool. This guy's got a perfect information. This guy's got a perfect information. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Wow.
Where do I put the empty?
Oh, you know what the empty stuff? Oh, you know what the empty stuff? Right under the fridge.
Next to the fridge or what?
Right under the fridge. There's a box in there. They're hiding it on us. They're hiding it on us. So they found the short.
I think they blew a fuse. I don't know where the short fuse or whatever it was.
Okay. I think they found somebody said something about this. That's interesting. See that? The plates go like that. See that? The plates go like mad on that. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. Here's our stuff. Yeah, it is. Yes. I wonder if this switches it.
this the Paragon that? Is this the Paragon that Godley had? That Godley had?
That's not the actual unit.
That's not the
actual unit
Yeah,
he had,
that's
but
what he had.
yeah,
I thought he had a superhead too.
He did.
I thought he had a superhead too.
he did.
He was known as Paragon 4.
Yes.
He was known as Paragon 4.
Yes, his design. Yeah, because that's his
Oh, okay, he
design.
designed it. Okay. Oh, okay, he
Yep.
designed it. Okay.
Yeah. He bought into Adams Morgan Company.
bought into
Adams
Morgan Company
to
in
commercialize his
1915
designs.
to commercialize
And
his
that's,
designs.
that's one of them.
And
the
that's,
first one I
that's
think was
one
an
of them.
RA5.
The first one I think was
This
an
is the
RA5.
RA10.
This is
with,
the
with
RA10
the DA2
with the DA2 detector amplifier.
and this is
What
some,
frequency
this
range
is-
did that cover?
some-
What frequency range did that cover? Mostly
well,
low
no, I
frequency.
mean it was designed for
Well,
the low
no, I
frequencies.
mean it was
that
designed
amateurs
for
were
the low
allowed to
frequencies
operate.
that amateurs were
Okay, so it
allowed
would
to
work out like
operate
the
on.
low wavelengths here. Okay, so it would work out like 160
Probably.
these days? It would actually work on 160?
Probably.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I have. Let's see. Here's the Paragon products. At the end of Paragon products at the time. Was carried Adams Morgan. Adams Morgan was provider of components. Provider of components.
That's how my grandfather, that's how my grandfather, he was in the work for New York Tel. He worked for New York Tel in 1970, and almost immediately got deputized into the Signal Corps. He was an entire operation units out of the phone companies. He built receivers. When he did that, he built receivers.
The description of that unit. The description of that unit. 200 meters. And 200 meters. And this is the description of the DA2 next to it.
And this, oddly enough,
written by my grandfather. Written by my
published
grandfather.
and
And published.
You're his grandson. You're his grandson.
Yeah.
Your name?
Bruce Littlefield. So.
no, we came in from
we came in from the Reading, Pennsylvania area. That's where we live now.
I grew up in eastern New Jersey.
I grew up in eastern New Jersey, inside of New York City,
Oh, yeah.
which is.
yes.
I mean, that's an actual,
That's
sort of a,
that's an actual sort of an artistic actual view of
the business.
Watch on Mountain, I know it.
the business.
Watch on Mountain, I know that.
Yeah.
My dad, my grandparents, I was born in
Oh, okay.
I was born in my dad
Oh, okay.
was 47. My dad was class of 47. Wow, okay, that's pretty cool. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Mine was a class of 38, I guess.
You know, it's turned around.
It's looking at turned around. Actually looking at the house or the building from this perspective.
That's
looking east.
Yeah, I know,
That's looking east.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
That's
When you watch our mountains, when you're going out, was it 80? 46.
And now they chopped it all
yeah.
down.
And now they've chopped them all down.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know there's one.
Yep.
I mean, these are still there, but they
I
aren't.
mean, these are still there, but they aren't nearly as
Yeah, I
tall.
was wondering what the Montclair. Yeah, I was wondering what the Montclair connection was with God. I just read that. So. That's where we had his
They lived in Upper
That's where he
Montclair.
had his
He lived in Upper
Well,
Montclair.
Northern New Jersey was a hotbed. Well, Northern New Jersey was a hotbed of Harry Howe and electronics. Harry Howe and I got one of his coleslaw. I have a coleslaw TRF set. Coleslaw. I think Harry Howe. Coleslaw. I think Harry Howe. He was one of Armstrong's buddies. My grandpa my grandpa during the war, he was during the war, he worked also on tourist.
Okay.
And also on tourist.
Okay.
I used to have. I think I still have. He would bring I have an 813. And I have an Arcturus 10Y. And I have an Arcturus 10Y.
No.
It's like a little it's like a little brother. It's like probably like one BCG. It's like probably like a late 2009.
Okay.
And it started out like airways transfer, 4 to 11, 2 in MOPA, 2 in MOPA, and the other 2 in Class B logic. Puts out on 7. I had it on the air. Puts out on 7 different ones. I had it on the air like so we're kind of capitalizing on this whole transatlantic. It chirps, I'll put this thing on. It chirps, it cracks the
I didn't catch that. So,
I didn't catch that.
but I was in communication.
But I was in communications my whole career. It's just telecommunications, not RF.
I started out at Stronger
I
Carl.
started out at Stronger Carl. Which, yeah.
What's that?
What's that?
It was part of GD.
It was part of GD, yeah.
Dad.
This is Paul. This is Paul. You probably don't know about Paul. Yeah. His grandfather. Yeah. His grandfather was the guy who ran in Scotland during the first transatlantic transmissions. He's here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, my son David was here in the air.
Okay.
This is a cool place. I came up here. I came up here once before for a swap meet. I didn't want to spend a lot of time. So much stuff. Yeah, we were here. Yeah, we were here. It was really cool how we met. It was really cool how we met Carol Beveridge on. He wasn't standing there. We ran into each other because he wasn't playing on a
Right.
My father and my father and my grandfather old telephone 5 years. I started telling my grandfather. I don't know if he worked down. He worked in New York. I don't know exactly what he did. He had started in 1917, and they put entire operating units from home companies into the system. And I sent over to France. And these all got started in radio. And these all got started in radio. We would go to see the bottle of parts. The bottle of parts from he even gave us something. He even gave us some weird bits and pieces. And he gave us and he gave us and they got one over here. So I watched them like at 7 a.m. They used those on the first long distance. And they also sold them.
All right, just so everybody knows,
Yeah,
we're
it started.
taking a lunch break. Just so everybody knows, we'll be taking a lunch break in the back. We'll be back in a little bit.
Troubleshooting that, the phone ticketing and the switching, and then they liked what I was doing, so they started me into that. They moved me into that. System Century.
Yeah, Paul was nobody else pulled out it.
That would still have been a step-by-step or crossbar. I mean, they got us automatic electric labs designed. Stromberg was using the XY step-by-step system from Ericsson. But then, they moved me into digital switching, and when Stromberg moved to Florida to occupy an old General Dynamics plant there, I stayed in the Rochester area, hired on with a little outfit that the manager of PBX designed.
PBX, that's something.
Well, PBX just private.
That's what a business was at.
That's what a business would have inside its building. They would have trunks to the central office and line circuits to the inside line.
Got a lot of that on a white planes, man. Corporate start out with like, you start out with like, you could start out with
Well, I stayed in the design group.
Well, I stayed in the design group
And also the standards.
and also the standards because I represented Stromberg and the Southern companies at the standards. So, but you know, stayed in design and wound up. You know, when I left the seller outfit in Rochester, came down to Pennsylvania to work on another digital switch for now 50 years down to 2 years later.
Then I went to General Instrument.
Then I went to
They
General
were starting
Instrument.
up a design group.
They were starting up a design group
Fiber
for the hybrid fiber coax telephony so that
Cable
they
network
compete. The cable network can compete with the telephone service for a local service. But that didn't last very long. And then I wound up getting it
Doing the baseband side.
but doing the baseband side, baseband control, and signaling side of that for wireless local
And
loop
eventually wound up doing
and eventually wound up doing cell phone chipset
winding
design,
up at Intel.
winding up at Intel.
I worked for one company 45 years.
Forgot how many.
I forget how many have it.
Now, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this on. I'm glad to have met you. It's such a fantastic story.
You know, and I knew my grandfather.
You know, and I knew my grandfather was a
I
radio
didn't know
composer.
exactly.
I didn't know
early radio until after he died.
early radio until after he died.
I graduated college.
I graduated college.
So you were.
No, my mom gave me a box.
All your stuff.
This is all my stuff.
Yeah.
Cover some great stuff.
Yeah.
All the stuff that
And there are
Several more notebooks.
several more notebooks
In the box here that aren't.
in the box here that aren't out. But
Most of this came out of the house.
most of this came out of the house he used to live in 2016.
That's as
And
recent
that's as recent as
as we've ever seen it.
we've ever seen it, you know.
This guy, well, I've had this on
This
my
guy,
lap.
I've had this on my
That.
lap for a while. That,
We had no idea.
he has no idea about that.
His grandfather, they sent him over to England. Yeah, his grandfather, they sent him over to England with two really the best possible receivers at the time. See if they could hear him on the Americans. See if they could hear it. It was up to the Americans over there. It was up to them. They had very little, no success in receiving. It hadn't happened yet. No one even know if they had done tests set up. So they had these tests set up this week of 1921. They had actually qualifiers. They had been qualified in a certain station. They would be part of the circuit. Each guy would take turns sending over during the course of the night. And then his grandfather was over there at 10. Yeah, anyhow.
It did.
Otherwise,
Yeah, anyhow.
they wouldn't know.
Otherwise, they would not have.
They were on the side, out in the middle of the house, right on the side of the ocean, with a 1,000-foot long wire antenna from the airline antenna. The first station they heard, the first station they heard was from Greenwich. Station one, BCG. And I'll show you the replica of the transmitter that they used. And that transmitter, they were hands. They were hands. Arm had It's a really cool story. Yeah, it's a really cool story.
Anyway, there's a YouTube video.
Anyway, there's a YouTube video out there that Mike Pfeffel has posted. It's basically a recording of a talk I gave to the Quarter Century Wireless Association in October.
An hour long.
It's about an hour long.
What I've
and
learned
it's all about what I've learned about my grandfather.
Is that part of the triumph? Is that part of that triumph for the amateurs? Is that part of that? So I'll have to go on YouTube. So I'll have to go on
It's not
YouTube
on
channel.
It's not on AWA. It's Mike Pfeffel's channel, I believe.
Look like a long
Basically, this is it.
Paul Bowden, okay, so I just search on Paul Bowden.
I think you can find it if you search on Paul Bowden.
PFG.
That's what the slideshow's name
Okay. All right, I'm sure I'll find it. Pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
Nice to meet
Pleasure
you.
meeting you. Good luck. Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck and thanks for coming.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you gotta do some crazy stuff. Let's start it from crazy. Yes. Motion picture for Jack 35 on the air, moving to 35 on the air, this is what you have.
When do you start transmitting? They do. There's a guest now. Is it open? Is it open? Not with my laptop. Same thing.
We're going to provide if they send me an email on one BCG and no enhanced. Because the first thing you're going to do after they get the reception is send an email. Monitor the email account. I'll see all the reception. That's the plan. Yeah.
Is there some reason you're always starting with this?
Yeah, because it's very timely. It's very timely to send that. It takes almost 8 minutes to send the message.
Right.
Oh, there is a place under amateur radio license, you're not supposed It's a technicality, but it's a pretty easy one to get around.
Yeah, this is the replica transit.
This thing has a nice solar power. It's clearly trying to do something. It's clearly trying to do something.
Right. Right.
When they took this off, they took that piece off. It does make it a real kind of a small world, the fact that these square games.
What's that? What's that?
Both aren't small world, but these square games together. I mean, if we're stretching, we're kind of stretching the process that we live in the
Right.
same
Right.
But then to say, well, wait a minute, these square games together. All right, you take it, Tim. Tim, it was finished. Glad you're happy. Glad you're happy. I'm accounting. Jim and Jim. Jim and Jim. Jim's involved.
See you later.
All right, Tim, you take care. All right, Tim, you take care. Stay safe, my friend.
Nice meeting you.
Great meeting you. Is Chuck coming over there?
No.
No, he's not going to come there. Yeah, sometimes things just happen like that. Like a TW1 was a in New York City that 5 kids. It wasn't that long ago that a kid up in one $5,000. Most he got was $7,000. And Jim Stitsinger bought the first one for 42. So I should tell you, a transmitter. Caviar was a transmitter made by Collins. Beautiful transmitter. And it stands 6 feet tall. 6 feet tall. For sure. Weighs it's about 600 pounds. Something's about 600 pounds. Something. It's a kilowatt. So this guy called up. Yeah. So this guy called up. He's in Albuquerque. You guys want to do it? And he says, you guys want to do it? Sure. Sure. I want to get Mars. I'm going to Mars. Military radios. What they said is, we will give you the transmitter. But the rule is you can't sell it. 60 years later. 60 years later. When he's buying the word, I can't sell it. He says, you want it. He says, you want it. What's an Albuquerque? Sure. It's around the corner from where you are. And so you are. Where you are. And so you are. If you want it, you have to pay to get it. UPS, all the FedEx. UPS, both of them. $2,000. So I call ABF. Ship to pack and ship. Ship to pack and ship. $975. Ship to So, shortening the story. It arrives. And it's and Joel decides who has to get it right. And it wasn't attached to the pallet. It fell over? No. It fell over? No. But there was nothing. There was a plastic shrink wrap. Of course, they were hooking up to the pallet. Of course, they were picking it up with a forklift. They don't pick it up with a forklift. They don't look at it. So you wrote them off. So you wrote them off the business card. Now, the sidebar to that is the sidebar. Lynn Bishop, his son went through a packaging program. He was ABF, and he was ABF's packing, shipping expert for packing and shipping. Lynn called him up and said, "No, by the way, George, this is what happened to us." Lynn had to reach through the phone to pick him up. Lynn had to reach through the phone to pick him up off the floor. He got it. He got it. It's pumps out 700 plus. But obviously the guy showed up. At the saving grace was different. The saving grace was the actual transformer. Right. He took it out of the cabinet. Right. He took it out of the cabinet. You could say that's a good news dead news. You could say that's a good news dead news because that's really what I think at the bottom of it. So he cut the wires. He cut the wires. Oh, whether they're plugged. Unplugged. Oh, okay. He unplugged it, took the deck out, set it on. That was an ABF. That was an ABF. That was the guy that was calling him saying, "You want it." You know, if you're in this business, for only just give her water. It is. Something I came in about 3 years ago. I gave you a Zenith table. I gave you a Zenith 1996. In 1996. I want to see it. Are you kidding me? I'm thinking about it. Are you kidding me? No. And he said it like that. Yeah. And he said it like that? It's stiff. Very stiff. I thought to myself. Even though I had some, even though I had some position, I really wanted to do it. It was black. It was black. Well, that nail was dialing. Well, that nail was a bottle of those. You know what? You know? Almost. You know? Almost said. You know your name. Do you know your name? Well, write your name and address down. I'll try to sit down. We'll try and get back to you. No, I want to sit down. I'm sorry. You probably have 300. You probably have 300 casinos all over 4 buildings. Can't do it. Can't do it. How do you feel about it? What?
He obviously had no idea how much. He obviously had no idea how much I had. Hey, I'm coming by in 2 days. Where am I? My radio.
You're too loud.
For license is $9. For license is $9.
It's even better. Everybody's tough. That's cool. Everybody's tough. There's a lot of There's a lot of It's a long story, but I had a contract with these people. It's a long story, but I had a contract with these people. I called him up the other day. And I called him up the other day because he hadn't finished it. 10 minutes telling me all his problems. 10 minutes telling me all his problems. And he finally said, I'm sorry, I'm Vince. I said, look, I'm involved with emergency medicine. I'm involved with emergency medicine, and you know that the pandemic has created a lot of mental trauma for people, so I'm happy to see you leave. You would never talk about it the way you talk. And it's like, okay, I feel sorry for you. I'm running a company, but it's like, this is like everybody in the intelligent guy who's an entrepreneur. This is an intelligent guy who's an entrepreneur who knows what he's doing, has been in this business a long time.
I hope this too will pass.
I hope this too will pass.
Me too.
I like to think I do.
Very good.
Not what goes up on eBay. Label by what kind of political sense I have.
Very good.
And if you get the wrong political sense,
Very good.
We were down on very bad. You gotta find something good. Seems to be.
I was looking
The
at
manual.
I was looking at
The
those.
manual.
Yeah, it tells how it all works.
It shows, yeah, it tells how it all works.
Mechanisms
These
here.
fine tuning
Cool.
mechanisms here, fine tuning mechanisms, fine tuning mechanisms. I'll tighten that up a little bit.
Big things, check the audio transformers and that. If they're good, there's a really good chance. And tighten that up.
There's a really good chance. Tighten that up. There's a really good chance this would work as it is.
That's the biggest possible chance for failure.
That's the biggest possible chance for failure. But the thing about it is, audio transformers have similar values. It's just always good to have the original. It's just always good to have the original, you know?
Right.
Oh yeah, I like that picture. Oh yeah, I like that picture. Cool. Cool.
You know, it'd be neat as if you read the serial number off of it.
It would be neat as if you read the
exact
serial
same
number
one.
off of it to find the
You never
exact
know.
same one. You never know.
Sure, they sure look the same. That's the same model.
They sure look the
Well,
same.
yeah,
That's the
same
same model, definitely.
Well, yeah.
The odds that they're the same, who you? That's
The odds that they're the
No.
same. That's pretty
You know,
small.
we
You never know.
wondered. Apparently, you know, we wondered. Apparently,
Actually, wait a minute. With the Paragon RA10,
With the
all of the Paragon
RA10,
have
all of the Paragon RA10s have
they
this.
were manufactured by Continental. If they were manufactured by Continental.
because I was going to say that looks like it has the same emblem.
Because I was going to say, that looks like it has the same emblem on it. So I just,
That's cool. These rheostats float very nicely.
these rheostats float very
All
nicely.
4 rheostats seem good.
All 4 rheostats seem good. That step switch has a good feel to it. That step switch has a good feel to it. Very good chance that radio works. Very good chance that radio works. That's making good contact. This just needs to be tight. It's making good contact. This just needs to be tight. So it would be very little. And it would be very little.
But what I'm saying that is more generic. There's nobody deciding what is presented or what's reported or written anymore. So look at Wikipedia. I use it a lot myself, but every time I use it, I remind myself, I have no idea who wrote this article. I have no idea what John That's true, but I think they probably had less agendas at that time.
Well, I don't know. I definitely think we have a lot now. But I wouldn't say, Rochester is where Bob still is. You want to subscribe? And I would say, no. And they would say, why not? And I said, because I think the paper's biased. And, like, even then, they were interested.
I think now it's pretty obvious the bias.
Well, I think it's glaringly obvious. Well, I think it's glaringly obvious to have educated, intelligent, educated, that I know live in it. I need to, because of where they need to, because of where they
We got two bubbles, and they don't intersect in any way whatsoever. And it's sad. And each group living in that bubble thinks that what they know is exactly right. And I don't have time to watch 2 or 3 different news shows to try to find the middle ground. I don't have time for it. In fact, I feel like we've gone backwards. That's a good, okay, fair enough. I believe that Edward R. Murrow was turning over his grave because he was a newsman that presented the facts and let the public decide what they wanted to do. Told the very end of his career he was that way. They changed a little bit when he did a documentary on migrant farm workers in California. And then he started to go across the line and started to present a more biased view. But that was the only time he did that. And I laughed today with the way there's a prize, an Edward R. Murrow Prize for journalism. And I cannot imagine that anybody receiving it today is even close to where he was in terms of accuracy of his reporting. But now that we all finally agree, It's funny, all my neighbors, all my neighbors.
Come on, we'll do the grand tour. Come on, we'll do the grand tour.
Feminist movement, but the feminist movement and the civil rights movement, people of our generation, I didn't have personally because I was busy getting an education, but people were participating in that and made a difference. And anyway, it's just like, I just realized she knew so little about me. That's what's true.
People in our generation used to blame our parents.
Really? I never did that. No, I did not.
In fact, I think the bank my parents were born in the early 1900s. They went through the Depression. They went through the Depression. They went through they never complained. They just did what they had to do. They just did what they had to do.
Exactly.
Yes.
The greatest generation.
Yes.
Just came back from New Orleans. I don't know if you've been to the World War II Museum. It's on. It is now 5 billion. It is now 5 billion. The first time I went there was 2 years ago. They do a really first-class job explaining World War II. Every aspect of it. And I would heavily encourage anybody that ever goes to Louisiana. So Greta Thunberg, she has gone very public about how we all ruined her childhood because of. I feel like I need to write her a letter to say, Greta, why don't you think about the average 17-year-old that died on the beaches of Normandy? What about childhood? What about Anne Frank, who didn't get past 14? And millions of other children all over the world that were destroyed, whose lives were destroyed or they were incinerated. I could go on and on. This self-centered person has no concept of history, and she has the gall to tell us that we ruined her childhood.
Climate change. Climate change. I don't tell you. Where we live, we were on glaciers. Now, I was on ground, and my forefathers were on the ground, and their forefathers. It must have been the boots. It must have been the boots. The glaciers went away. The glaciers went away. It's a thousand. It's a thousand year cycle. You can't look at a couple of years and get excited.
Something like that. I don't
Yeah, so the Earth and its rotation is not absolute all the time. Because the Earth's axis is a little bit combine that, and if you combine that, and the orbit isn't orbital orbit. The orbital orbit is the tiniest bit. So if you combine those cycles, then you get these cycles. You get these cycles of weather. It's like 17,000 years. It's like 17,000 years or something like that, where it takes it to go through the whole thing. But anyway. Remember that? Remember that? In the 1970s.
You're talking Generation Y. That's spelled W-H-Y. Somebody will have something.
I'm very disturbed with how everything that I have used and done in my life is wrong. Everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. We recycle wrong. We eat the wrong foods. We don't read the right newspapers or watch the right TV shows. I go on and on. I get tired of it. I tell my daughter, please, don't inspect my house, please. Don't inspect my refrigerator. Don't tell me that it dies and enjoy the company. Just be quiet and enjoy the company. I would have never done that. It wouldn't have even occurred to me. It wouldn't have even occurred to me to challenge like that. My father never.
I'll tell you the only good thing that's I think there's enormous, there's an enormous number of people. There's an enormous number of people. Well, if you're listening.
But I have a saying for that. When good people do not speak up, then bad things happen. And that is what's happening, is people that have a different viewpoint are being silenced. And you can't, I mean, you have to have comfort zones for college.
See, they're the ones who need to watch. See, they're the ones who need to watch CBS and CNS, where they're stored beaches of Florida. Tell us how you don't feel safe. Tell us how you don't feel safe.
They've been, let's face it, college students since we were young.
But now it's like,
But now they seem to have a show that allows them to show their movement.
The other problem is the kids aren't being taught correctly. And a year ago, I ended up with my 3 grandkids. For 2 months, we decided COVID really struck. The parents were going to work from home. So we said, we should take the 3 boys. We had them for 2 months. They were 5, 12, and 15. And I homeschooled them. And they live in Massachusetts. And make a long story short, I started about 2 weeks or 3 weeks later. The school started to wake up and discover how to do this remote learning thing. How to do it. It hasn't been done well. But I started to see the junk that they were sending these kids, and my oldest grandson was watching a cartoon about American leaders. And I couldn't believe this thing. They had a cartoon image of George Washington. There are so many pictures of George Washington, right? But he really looked like portraits, and so funny and so forth. But they had to make a cartoon image. And I'm thinking to myself, why? Why are they doing this? Right? Because the kid can't relate to the things that he or she will see or she will see. And so I taught them a little bit about Bill of Rights, geography and stuff. And they hadn't had any of this. And he was a freshman.
I've created it's really for the parents. It has essentially lessons or concepts or pieces to history of liberty, principles of liberty, life without liberty, which is 5 different sections.
And you're doing this yourself.
Principles of religion, history. If you go to any of these,
I'm going to do this with my boys. I'm going to do this with my boys when they come for Christmas. Let me put it on.
I have a card stuck here.
I'll just put it on.
Kids learn liberty. Kids learn liberty. See, these are the one things I call history. Declaration of Independence, rights, and Bill of Rights, slavery, abolition, go into any one of these concepts for kids are just
What's your target audience?
Elementary.
What's your target audience?
Elementary school.
Elementary
Like
school.
from 5 to 12.
5 to 12.
Okay. these books that I have read, I was.
I'm lost track of time.
Picture books. Some of them are non-fiction, some historical fiction. So it's a great resource for
Really? Yeah, because
So it has these different sections. Principles of history, and each one of them has concepts for
I'll call the three coordinators for homeschool, at least in upstate New York, the homeschool combines so that they can support each other.
Send me a contact. Send me a contact.
Okay. I'm sure they'll like it.
I've had a lot of
There's a New York Association of
Sweet spot for us are middle school.
And the reason for that
Yeah, and you guys are there, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is my wife.
The reason for that is that high school homeschoolers have lots of opportunity to interface with.
Well, then they also put it across. Well, then they also put it across.
Yeah, and the elementary have the same thing. Middle schools have virtually no contact with other schools. They can't do sports, they can't do anything interface with it. So, what we've found for STEM guys is they're in the category of ready. If they're more than 13, they're starting to think about other things. STEM. And so, that's sort of sweet spot for us. COVID shut us down. We had 82 kids for some time since 2004. First two classes were my two grandchildren, freshman at Bam. And I came out and I said, "No, Grandpa, over the class, I asked him how his classes were going." He says, "The one class on Mackey is, he's in Mackey." Mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering. And one of the classes is basic electronics. I know exactly what they're talking about. I know exactly what they're talking about. I knew about parallel. I knew about parallel and series resistors and capacitors, and how to use a DMM and all that stuff. He says, I remember. They were public school. Well, they were public school. Yeah, obviously the mine is. Yeah, obviously the mine is.
Yeah.
Brighton has what's called the Festival, Brighton Festival of Ideas. They get well, it's basic. They get 700 kids on Saturday. There are 50 different rooms. You can choose 3. So you'll get 10 kids for 50 minutes. 3 times. So we're going to be doing waves. It's on a Saturday, single Saturday.
This one Saturday, it's in the school.
Yeah, it happens in March. I'm going to be doing waves. We're going to be doing waves. We're going to teach them how to create. We're going to have them create code oscillator that would light a LED. So they can see the code. And then we're going to turn that into a functional LED. Because the LED gives off photons. So if you take a garden thing, those little things, the garden things that stick in there, lights, you get a photocell by here. You put the photocell in there, and you modulate the LED, and send music across it. You put your hand like that, music stuff.
With the Odyssey at the top. With the Odyssey at the top. Kids now to
Like the rest of the world? Like the rest of the world? Put my beer down. Put my beer down. No buzz in this beer.
And there's an artistic of it. And there's an artistic of it that you skit. It's hard there. It's hard to get their presentation at the end. And then they have to practice meet with them, present it, come up with something right away, have a chance to talk about anything like that, or anything like that. And we have to just always with answers, so you're always. I coached a couple then when they go to the competition, they have to do some of those too. It is. And if you have kids like that.
What this is creating, unfortunately, is the divide is getting wider and wider. Because it used to be, in public schools, these sorts of things were encouraged through Scouts, through 4-H, all these other, educational activities, but now only the parents, and I'm not saying there's nothing we can do about it, but this is the reality. The rest of the kids are going to be busy on the latest, thing on their iPhone or whatever, and these kids are going to be serious students, and they're going to learn stuff, and they're going to get ahead, and they're going to lead the world. And maybe that's the way it's got to be.
Well, that's a lot better than the ones that have no more valedictorians, valedictorians and soliloquies.
Who were math? Changing the math.
It's too hard.
It's racist.
I'm a racist. I'm white. Never mind that half the groups and performers that I listen to in the 50s and 60s were black. Whatever.
Math is
But the absurdity, that's one
yes.
of a lot of absurdity.
Yes, yeah.
There are 70 genders. I mean, one can go on and on.
right?
American Revolution was fought because of racism.
American Revolution was fought because of racism.
By the way, there are some for adults.
By the way, there are some for adults. Like a new college. There's a college. I'm sorry, I'll think about it. They have 3 courses on all kinds of stuff. And it's a. I started doing the Constitution, and I just didn't finish it because it's free. But it's free, and it's like 10 or 12 lessons. They're online, you can do what you want, and they got all kinds of ones on economics.
It's really interesting.
And it's really interesting to listen to their presentation of the Constitution, which completely negates the 1619 because I learned from that, which I was not particularly aware of, was not in the history books either, that the Quakers in Pennsylvania wanted to abolish slavery and they wanted to rest of the Constitution. And the rest of the founding fathers, especially George Washington, recognized that that would create a divide with the southern states. And they needed to get this thing put together, going together, the South and the North. So they said, we're going to put this off until we're not going to deal with it right now. And we're not going to deal with it right now because it's a third rail. If you touch it, we're never going to get to be a country. So they did it. But this is what people do not understand, is that sometimes for the greater good, you have to leapfrog an issue that's not trivial, that's important, but you have to leapfrog it for the better good. Just like the Churchill knew from the enigmas that Coventry was going to be bombed and he didn't say a word. And innocent people were killed. And you know, that's what happens when you're at the top of your organization. You get to make those decisions, and I'm sure he didn't get this well. Because you know what? If he had alerted those people, there was going to know that he had broken the code, and they would have changed everything. And we might not have won the war, because we came damn close to nothing. We lost it. It was very. We lost it. It wasn't for and if it wasn't for Enigma and breaking the Japanese, so, I mean, you know, but going back to your point about the gray areas of the mind, the gray areas of decision, right? This illuminates that everything is not gray. The shade of gray in between that is sometimes very difficult to decide. And it's often a Hodgson's choice, and neither choice is good.
Neither choice is good. One might be better. One may be better than the other, but it's still not good.
There's some other up there. Are you familiar with Total Twins?
Total Twins. Maybe I don't, but I don't really know.
That's okay. That's okay.
You're right, that's
That's what happens.
So what are the total?
So the total a series of children's books. Now, I don't tell people that I them politically I agree with them, but as children's literature goes, I think they're pretty popular. I'm also the author of the children's book. But it is a series of books that goes on.
I don't know what they're doing. The best one that knows is Chip Warren. I delegated that whole project. You know what? Yeah. You know what? They have a lot of headaches, as you know.
So these are mainly for you can get on their website. See, this is the law, which is based a lot on Scott. These ideas about the law. There's pencil, which is based on iPencil. My web story, that's on my website. There's Chadwick's, which is based there's one called. Anyway, they're all about. Anyway, they're all about liberty, and each one is a standalone story, and then they. You asked me, are they great children's literature? You asked me, are they great children's literature? I'd say no, but they do have lots of good ideas. They do have lots of good ideas.
Here's the bias.
Free market
Are
property.
you here to do anything?
But there's one organization. But there's one organization. I think it's this one. A series of things for this would be more because this would be more for the younger kids.
So this same group?
My name is
John. Nancy, hi.
I think it's them. I think it's a series of lectures or something like that. See, these are for children 5 to yours. Yours are.
Start there. I scan. Start there and go back. You know what? I gotta call my wife real quick because I'm gonna tell her not to come right now. She's with me all day. I'm gonna tell her to stay here all day. Nancy, if you don't think about it, I'll come right here. I've got a lot of stuff here, grandfather, in here.
This is one of the receivers he had
This is one of the receivers he had in Scotland.
of his design.
It's of his design. His nickname was Paragon Paul.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? That's
Hello?
the original logbook.
That's the original logbook.
So was he living in Scotland? Or did he go over there? Living in Scotland? Or did he go over there and receive a message?
He was sent ARL to the city of
No, he's from New Jersey.
No, he's from New Jersey.
Wow.
Wow. Getting ready
For England?
for the trip to England.
He was supposed to
He was supposed to make the reception in London, in a nice comfortable house in another arena. But the interference and harmonics were too large.
He was there to
decided he was there to get signals and he was going to do everything he could to do so. So he selected a site in Scotland on the west coast.
all of his equipment.
To move all of his equipment. Yes, dispensation to the British Post Office, who still controls radio traffic there. And to stop. To move to Scotland.
Set up there.
Set up there. In a tent. In a tent.
On the shore.
On the shore. And a 1,000-foot wire for an antenna.
And see
That's the inspector. That's the British inspector for the British. That's the equipment inspector. That's the equipment. That piece there is here. That piece there is here. This is a super heterodyne. And this is a super heterodyne. This is not this receiver. This is not. This is just regenerative.
So we had wires connecting to different wires connecting to different patterns.
This is actually not the actual.
This is actually not the actual.
We don't know what happened to that.
We don't know what happened to that.
I was able to find this in the ham.
I was able to find this in the ham
swap meet.
A ham swap meet.
Is this a battery batteries with them, or did they? So we had batteries with them, or did they? Batteries with them. You brought the batteries with them.
Yeah, 285 pounds of equipment, and I suspect a lot of that was batteries.
Wow. Now that is something. That's really something. Now that is something. That's really something. Glasgow and Southwestern Railway. Glasgow and Southwestern Railway.
And most of this memorabilia
didn't come to light until 5 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
We had
How did that happen?
to help my cousins
I had to help my cousins clean out the house that my grandfather had lived in
his life
for the last few decades of his life, and that got
aunts and uncles, they moved into that.
Aunts and uncles, they moved into that house, and
We both
kept it
passed
until
away. So was it
they both passed away.
So was it attic, basement,
Attic, basement, all over.
crawl space, crawl space, all the old radio test equipment
we found in the crawl space that got donated to the AWIL a couple of years ago.
That's pretty amazing how to actually save it, amazing how to actually save it instead of having it in the dumpster.
Well, we're glad.
Oh, we're glad
To have it.
to have it. I mean, just,
You know, he used the beverage wire.
he used the beverage wire for the antenna.
But he met beverage on the
Aquitania
and so he overs.
and so he just beverage was designing a corporation of it. Use a beverage antenna. So it's 3 dinner
Consecutive nights
for consecutive
on the
nights
cruise where he's got
on the cruise
who he
where he's
ate
got
dinner with.
who he ate dinner with.
Beverage.
It's adult beverage.
So they did the beverage antenna.
It's
Parallel, it's round, very parallel on the ground, it's very direct noise to minimize. He didn't want to receive, he wanted it, he wanted it for the U.S.
Yeah, a surveyor that was able to say, so we have a surveyor that was able to say.
to the public and say, let them decide.
You just can't trust the public.
No.
You just can't tell the public anymore.
No.
You have to tell them what to think now.
Exactly. Some of what you look at that for a second, I will pay for it. Some of what you look at that for a second, I will pay for it.
Over there, the first 2 nights, they didn't hear the signal. The next night, they did. Now ECG came in loud and clear from Greenwich. They were at 235. The amateurs relegated by the radio. the radio act, relegated to the commercially wavelengths of 200 meters or less. No one had any equipment to check it. But anyway, it came through. My grandfather said, he would give a year of his life to have a nice, regenerative, CW transmitter in a nice upstanding area, and just to listen to a Yankee band and only listen. So anyway, a lot of stuff here. He was a member of the RCA, the 41st Century Wireless, the ARRL. He served as president of the Radio Club of America in 1939. But he's the one that suggested do the NRL produce for up and coming amateurs. So, and that was before 1920. Anyway, that's what's going on today. BCG replica station over there. BCG replica station over there is behind the velvet rope. Luckily, it's not powered up because otherwise it's hazardous. How did I do?
Nothing beats a good fiberglass rod. Nothing beats a good fiberglass rod.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank
Yes. He should have been here.
Let's see who's up there. Well, he just told me to put the $5 in the barrel or whatever. Oops.
You want it now? They're finding good stuff back there. So good? Except for rolling on your frequency. Good. Good. Yeah. What do you need?
My Kindle's running out too.
Two are associated with speaking.
The construction technique. The other one, the one with radio, is the and then the patent application is something, car
You up in the Midwest. In the Midwest.
And
I tell the whole story.
I tell the whole story with the talk that goes along with these slides.
That Mike actually
put up this past week
on
his YouTube channel.
If you search on
If you search on Paul Godden, you'll probably find the CWA Bruce Littlefield discussing Paul Godden.
No, it's on the
QCW
No,
it's Mike, I think it's Mike Pebble.
Mike Pebble?
Mike Pebble.
This guy.
Well, this guy. K3FUF.
The story
you're going to tell.
Well, it's up
to, it is basically,
it starts out
talking about the 121 seconds. And then for this second set of tracks, the AWRL proposes that they send an antigen over the best possible receiver. They could send, so they would never would have sent, might have sent someone, and that person they selected was my grandfather. So I described July. So from I tell his story from when he was born to what happened to him up until the 1920s. So pretty much focused on his development in environment
Have those drawings been put anywhere else? So let me make an offer. The RCA, Rifle America, publishes our proceedings twice a year. It's a pretty thick credible publication. We do it virtually. We're always looking for articles. If you would like to turn this slide down, Charlie is in touch with the editor of the publication. Do you have a card?
I don't, but I am a member of the RCA.
Oh,
I joined because of my grandfather a couple of years ago because I wanted to know what was going to go on. And
all right. I can't know but I apologize. But Dave Clark is our editor, and he loves articles, and this would make a really interesting article for an issue, because it would be kind of a follow-up to all the stuff that's put in the I go on the website, there's a link and I know that
How far away is it? It's about 45. Those guys that set it up,
I don't know if you've seen this put together by Bob Alexander in Scotland for the event. I don't know. This is something he's in the Iverson area, member of the Crocodile Rock. The one thing he's used in the recording that I sent to him. So he's got that. Well, he's forgotten it. He's forgotten what he voted. He crossed that line. He said no, it's the accuracy. Sure. Anyway, I can. If your QSL card has. I'll give you another card that does. But I'll give you another card that does.
Okay, so.
Okay, Nancy, what are we doing?
Okay, so.
On the table. Yes. On the table. Yes. And I'm his grandson. And that's one of the receivers he designed. Something that's not very much like the speaker. Yes. And the speaker, he had something to do with the design on that. Out of the house out of the house he lived in, those two rooms at the end came out of that house as well. I've mounted them in display boxes so that a lot of versus capitalism.
These are metals.
I forget who it was from. It wasn't from
But I think he said it's his college. He described it as.
The truth that comes from non-traditional sources.
Oh, here, that's the author of, so see, he has books, 12 books on libertarian, oh, wait, those are his books, those are his books. Oh, he wrote it.
You may have heard that. You may have heard of that.
You may have heard that. You may have heard of that. And he has his own TV show involved.
But anyway, he, you know, I think he said it was.
But anyway, I think he said it was
So maybe which,
so there's something you want to share. I would like to share it.
Tuttle twins.
Something for you.
And that's specifically
what I'm saying. When I was a teacher, my kids were something to teach them. There was nothing like I created that website. Nothing like
yes, it is.
Are you familiar?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with Dr. Tommy Knuckles?
Oh, sure, yeah.
My dad used to class. When I was working at the so he was a student. So he was a student in Franklin. That's where I got totally grounded in this stuff. My dad was salaries in order to staff.
So it was economics.
So it was in economics question, and my father was so put in, so I'll keep an eye on it now.
So anyway, he was that good. Whatever came up at the dinner table. Right.
When you get to the second function on this, here's your modes right here, so.
W1NTE in Holland, Massachusetts.
If you have a BFO, you should be able to.
How stable Jesus controls.
Yes. No, I want you to appreciate one thing, Bob. As the test engineer at the airport, realize how hard it was for me to learn every single transceiver I tested. Realize how miserable of a job that is to figure out every radio enough so you can test it properly.
My Yesu hand down.
Yeah.
Somebody on one side a week ago told me about this. I can't remember. It's called installing the Connecticut shore.
Might not
And I think he was using
might be
an old antique
All right, are you, guess what? You have got Bob Hobday here, the head of the Antique Wireless Association, to tell you all about the AWA and this transmitter.
Yeah, give us a talk and a tour.
Sure. Well, we're here because of the transmitter. We built the transmitter in 1996 for the 75th, and we've redone it for the 100th. And although we had a little of a hard start this morning trying to get it to behave itself, now put about a solid 200 watts.
Nice. It looks great.
Yeah, there's probably some things in here you wouldn't want to touch for very long. That's what we
Yeah, don't put your tongue on anything.
So the AWA, AWA was formed in 1952. We're going to have our 70th next year, which is very cool indeed. We are a sponsor of the Antique Wireless Museum in Bloomfield, New York. That's a 4-building campus on 5 acres with a museum in it, which is about 7,000 square feet at this point, and includes some very, very nice one-of-a-kinds. We have the world's first cell phone. We have the world's first transistor radio. We have the world's first, just flew through my mind.
But a lot of firsts.
A lot of firsts. We have, if you think about the telegraph line that was built from Baltimore to Washington in 1844 as being the start of electronic communications in the United States, we have Samuel Morse's personal notebook in which that line was designed.
Wow.
On display. We have a Voice of America station in Galeno, a control room, and a 250,000 watt Collins 821A transmitter on display.
Sounds like I need to visit there next.
Wow, we'd love to have you come up and visit us. And the sponsoring, AWA sponsors that museum. We have 1,400 international members.
Nice.
It's all volunteer, which is unique in the world of organizations that large.
Now, who helped or who built all this?
This was built by Bob and Mike Raid, the members of the museum staff in 1996. Bob has since passed on.
And are those the same tubes as used in the original? Not necessarily the same tubes, but...
No, the original had 204s in it. These are 204As. Because these are thoriated filaments and cathodes. The filament current on these are 1.2 amps each at 5 volts. The original 204s is about 12. So you get a bit of the thing in comfortably. Right now we have 2.2 kilowatts on the plates. It's a MOPA, master oscillator power amplifier. So it's one of the people that helped restore it is sitting there at the key. That's Joel Kossoff, and he's going to be doing a lot of the keying. We're going to go every 15 minutes, starting at 1800 until 2245. We'll be sending out a message that was sent and received in Ardrossan, Scotland. If you want a certificate of receipt for that, you send me an email at 1bcg@antiquewireless.org, and I'll send you a certificate with your recognition that you heard our signal. If you do hear it, please send it right away, that email, because I'm going to be monitoring here at the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum in Connecticut, and I'll be able to see where and in the United States and around the world they're hearing our transmissions.
1821 kilohertz, right?
1821 kilohertz, more or less.
More or less. That is great. Now, do you guys have a way to receive out here and listen back also, or?
The original, as this will be, is a one-way broadcast. They did not have the ability to get a high power that they needed.
They were just looking for confirmation
to come back for a QSO. QSO happened in 1923, went from a U.S. station, 1MO, to a French station, and Bob and his son Mike built the replica of the 1MO, and so in 23 we're going to do the replica
all over again.
The original 100
nice.
Two-way QSO.
I actually, next time, I want to check my web SDR over in PA, see if I'm picking it up in PA.
You'll get a certificate if you do. So we appreciate the Vintage Museum allowing us to be here. It's been a wonderful place to operate. They've been very comfortable and very accomplished. I've accomplished a lot to make this happen, including putting up an antenna special for this event. So if you want to see more about the museum or more about the Antique Wireless Association, the website is antiquewireless.org. That's the one end of the transmitter you probably can touch. Key.
Well, this
How about a tour of what each part of the transmitter is?
That's going to take Joel to get it absolutely right. But the tube in the back is the oscillator tube. The tube in the front is the PA. Now the oscillator feeds the PA in a MOPA. Originally, the transmitter had 3 tubes on the PA. Put out about 900 watts.
Wow.
But right now, what we're finding out is that the oscillator can't support more than one
Feeding.
tube. So that's why we're running.
And then I imagine the right side is all loading.
That's the tank scenario. The capacitor, the variable capacitor, and the coil is the tank circuit. That's the part that you don't want to go near.
Yep. And what are we looking at here? Plate current?
That's the grid current.
Grid current?
Plate current's in the meter in the back on the right-hand side, and the coil and the capacitor there is the oscillator. And the meter right back there.
What?
That's the
It's there.
that's the plate current.
Hey, let me know if W1 EQX will
Amazing.
If you get this mistuned somewhat, that big plate starts to
Get red.
Get a nice flow. We'll do that for a while, and then they'll say, no, I don't think so.
I've seen that red too many times.
New Hampshire,
Wow, look at the size of those 5-volt transformers with the filaments.
Yeah.
I think if you Google Paul Godley, you can probably find it.
Key West is around 1,800 meters. About 22 meters.
Probably.
Yeah, you're moving around and not doing anything.
Yeah. All right, we got stuck again, but that's okay. We have to do a science experiment here. I want to see if I am picking them up on my web SDR, because if I am copying them, so they're on 1821.
These look like these look like a vacuum.
That work for you?
That work for your
Well, I tell the whole story.
I'm sorry?
That work for you?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. That was great. Thank you.
So, the Transatlantic Tests. I was shocked to learn that though he had received permission
Oh, it's there.
for the U.S. Army for World War
Little
I,
south, more like
that
1819.
permission was annulled by the Secretary of War at the insistence of the Navy. And he was instead assigned to
See it?
charge of
Yeah.
secret.
So what you're seeing here is at our house, all the way to
New Jersey
He sent the deed, right?
for the duration of the war.
That's what he did?
Yes.
Tough to tell. It's a little,
Development
it's kind of scattery.
This is also the first super.
Mike, when you get done with that, let's get Bruce on, because a lot of people waiting to hear from him.
Yeah, we're gonna do. I lost my camera,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it just froze again. So we're waiting for it to come back.
Sometimes what helps is if I
During the
do.
interview?
No, like just at the one spot I was kind of glossing over the table. So if I do this, release that, wait a second, restart OBS.
While you're doing that, message he claims, but he figured out what Armstrong was saying and built the superpower.
So you're going to
Save that story. You're on next.
And then I wonder if you would interview me. I'm the president of the Radio Club of America.
Oh, sure.
You know, we built the station at East Greenwich.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
So, and I'm going to be doing a reenactment tonight
and we're gonna be sending out the original message.
I read about it.
Yeah, all over. So
everything that I follow is all over. Good stuff.
Yep, I think so. My guess is this is the first.
Radio Club of Birds, and George is constantly torturing me. I have to join.
And that's my
Come on! I wonder if I should just use the regular camera because we're not far anyway.
How long a wire do you have on?
Okay, all right.
Well, if Bruce is going to be right here.
Yeah. This can work. This will work fine.
Going in and out.
This will work fine. Let me do.
Now, where is this appearing? Is this appearing on
This is on YouTube.com.
Okay, yeah.
And it's under my call sign K3FEF.
Okay.
Only because it's all pre-configured for my laptop. I didn't, and nobody else, like the museum, doesn't have a YouTube channel. So I figured I'll put it on mine, and it archives. It gets DVR'd, so there's a permanent record of it as well.
We will put a link on the Radio Club website to your link.
Well, it went out to everyone who was on the Transatlantic Tests 100 email thread. It's on QRZ, and it's also on a couple of people's Amp Radio pages, like on Facebook.
But we have a special reenactment page on the Radio Club website, and we'll add that link to it so people can find it.
Well, you'll actually be able to get because if you're saying that this is being DVR'd, then we'll have all the separate clips.
You can have all the separate clips.
Yeah.
Although honestly, I haven't stopped streaming since this morning. It's going to be a tremendously long. But what I can do is I can go in and put bookmarks, so that if people want to see a room or a section of the museum or the first, when we fire it up over there, they'll be able to just click on those shortcuts and get right to that section. So, all right, we can transition. I'm on with this guy right now.
So you're ready.
Yeah.
Bruce.
And now the other camera.
Just came up.
You know what then?
Yeah, you stop. Five people are watching. Live 2 are watching.
This is on your side.
No. On YouTube side.
I'm gonna bring. I like.
It's
so much nicer.
So much nicer with the Apple.
When you're live, you've got like the preview live streaming also. It's not the complete screen.
Yeah, it's okay. So let me bring these. Yo, yeah, there. We're kind of improvising as we go. I think everybody knows that. Okay. So now I'm going to transition over. So much easier with this. You're going to monitor my output, hon?
Yeah.
What?
No.
This side is doesn't matter. It's this side that's important.
Yeah, you got 2 people watching now.
So the entire running.
All right.
Yep, Bruce. Yep, Bruce.
And on my side,
Let's get you on YouTube.
Would you like to give us
let's get you on YouTube.
Would you like to give us a tour
of what you brought?
Well,
of what you brought and all the fun stuff?
How many hours do you have?
At the beginning, like Bruce.
Well, I'll tell you what. I survived the PowerPoint, and that was pretty good. So. Bruce is a great storyteller.
About 1/10
May hear the rest now. May hear the rest
Start. We're going to have to start at the beginning.
Has a very famous connection to the Transatlantic Tests, an amazingly central connection to the Transatlantic Tests. Rather than me tell you off screen, Bruce will tell you on screen.
Paul Godley, who received the first short, my grandfather. And though I knew him as a kid, he passed away in 1973. I knew he was a radio pioneer. I didn't know what role he took in early radio until after he passed. And my mom gave me some.
Close my browser.
A box with.
I have a browser open.
Some things in it, but not a lot. And just 5 years ago, for the 95th anniversary of this event,
my last relative in that generation, my parents' generation, who had lived in that house that my grandfather had spent the last few decades of his life in, passed on. And I had to help my cousins clean out the house so that they could sell it.
And a lot of what you
see on the table and much more beyond came out of that house in 2016.
That's what I have here.
And that's what I have here, including the original logbook, showing the page. I have it open to the page, showing what was actually reported. So this is the actual logbook. I have these things are basically organized by size to fit into these notebooks and the sleeves. This is his first 2ZE license of several, because they seem to have to be renewed every year back then. This is his license. I have one of his receiver designs here. This is his license from Armstrong to use the Armstrong patent.
I was going to say, who's the license from? Because there was no FCC.
Well, it's basically from Armstrong, and my grandfather kept teasing this guy. That's the only way you can actually get longitude. When you're and that's a neat story, and I don't tell that in the slideshow, so that's something you
Very cool.
Here first. That was cool. Apparently, he didn't pay his dues to the Institute of Radio Engineers. He got a commission in the Signal Corps for World War I, just like Armstrong did. His commission was annulled by the Secretary of War at the insistence of the Navy, and he was instead assigned to take charge of radio receiver design at the American Marconi plant in Aldine, New Jersey for the duration of the war. And he did so.
Wow.
And that is one of the design.
One of the outcomes. Amazing.
And
there's a lot more pictures in this book of stuff which I mean, here's something for use in the trenches. Battery powered, portable.
All stuff that he designed or helped design?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I assume so, at any rate. He said something, there's something on a trailer. There's one that goes on a donkey or something somewhere in here. But whatever. It's pretty cool. He wanted to see what's the lowest salary.
What is the lowest salary you would take? Wow, when you think about it.
And then this is the letter from Ken Warner at ARRL. Your suggestion to have an ARRL, Bureau of Standards, but basically the handbook.
Yep.
Was a great idea. So this is Herbert Hoover. I don't recall why. This is something he had built in.
Yep. This is what ham radio people do.
In 1921, the convention and the meeting of AW, they decided to send someone from the U.S., a good receiver operator, to Scotland or to England to see if he could copy any shortwave signals that might get there. So, and these are articles about that. And then here he is aboard the Aquitania.
Oh, wow.
With,
love the photos.
I forget which is which. I think that's Warner and this is Schnell.
Yes.
Yep.
And on board.
That's something.
So then we have articles in QST. That's my grandmother with him. I don't have a better picture than that. And then we have, newspaper clippings, dinner cards, which are interesting because they were traveling first class, or he was traveling first class. My grandmother didn't go. And he sat down to dinner with Beveridge. I don't know who this Taylor fellow is. And my grandfather apparently had, them all sign their names on his card.
Oh, wow.
And there's
Oh, wow.
how much excess luggage he had.
Crates of gear.
And this is obviously from the tent in Ardrossan.
Wow.
I don't know where that was.
And I don't know where that was displayed. I thought it was ARRL, but I'm not convinced. And unfortunately, wherever it was last displayed, my grandfather went back to get it, and it was gone. But here's some photos from Ardrossan. There's the tent and the Atlantic, or whatever. It's still a little bit of sea between Ireland and Scotland at that point.
I'm trying to do the math quick. How old was he when he was over there?
30. It would have been 32.
So he was still a kid, pretty much.
Yeah.
That must have been pretty exciting.
So, no more. He had, the weather. He saved the weather clippings for every day except the 12th.
Wow.
So I've got all this stuff. There are spare copies of some of these clippings. I don't know how many news services he had pulling clippings for him.
And this was him saving all this.
Yeah, all this came out of the house. So, and I haven't read them or scanned them all. The weather on the 10th. There's the actual from the 12th, his time. 11th, our time. And then some of the have gotten saved. And apparently, there is some code each of these specific stations had to send, some cipher.
That's right, I remember reading about that.
And
There had to be a
never
cipher.
figured that out, but I think, that may be buried in here somewhere.
Yeah, they wanted it to be a cipher so they could use it as proof that, yes, it definitely happened.
Yeah. So, here's the weather on the 12th. I guess I missed the 11th.
Fair, temporarily.
And, so, it keeps going.
And it made big. That made big news.
Yep. And here's one. If you read, is this the French one? No, Leon spoke pretty good. Leon Deloy, who was in touch with my grandfather. He was the president of the French Amateur Association, and actually was the first to get across in the westbound direction the following year.
Some of the headlines are great.
Anyway.
Some of the headlines are great.
Yeah. Maxim is pleased with radio tests. And, so. No, it's pretty cool.
Something else, boy. Great you saved all this and really made it nice and neat, too.
Oh, here's a telegram from Armstrong. Meet us, look for us tonight, on his way back. And I don't know who this Libis is. Maybe my grandmother, but maybe that's his pet name for him or for her. I don't know. Anyway, then we start into this book because it's all chronological because
the only way I could think of.
It's the only way it
doing
makes sense to do it.
And so then, this is from Ken Warner, talking about the manuscript, basically the test report that was put into the February 22 issue of QST. He just loved it, and then there's the cover. And whatever else. So,
And then I guess up to 23, which is when they actually had two-way going back and forth.
yeah, he wasn't so much involved in that. But, Maxim asked him to represent, or to help represent the interest of the amateurs in Washington for apparently many years thereafter. He did spend a lot of time in Washington. In 1939, I guess he was. There was a little article in an Eastern Airlines magazine, I guess, where my grandfather was appointed the president of the 80-Minute Man Club. What the heck is that? And it's the person who made the most 80-minute trips from Newark to Washington, D.C.
Oh, that's
that
funny.
year.
80-minute man.
So, that's in here somewhere. I thought it was pretty amusing. This was a picture which was colorized for an article in Wireless World or something.
That's
like
a great
that.
picture.
And
Wireless Age.
Yeah, Wireless Age. Oddly enough, though, I downloaded it in color, it wouldn't print in color. It's like I'd never seen that before. But whatever. So then, we got this. This is from Scientific American. Of course, that's on this side of the Atlantic.
Right.
This is 1BCG. Or supposed to be 1BCG. We can compare it to what's over there in the corner. Then Pierre Boucheron. I know that name. Wow. Anyway. Then he starts writing a radio column, a syndicated radio column for hundreds of newspapers around the country. Wow. So he does that for a while. I don't know what the date on this is, but I guess 22. So that's the picture I have up there. Then we have we kind of see he didn't take great care of his teeth, but maybe nobody did back then.
Everybody was terrified of the dentists at that time.
And then, right up in radio broadcast, something from that book I have about old radios. And here the what I think are the photos
Probably
they
promo,
took.
yeah.
Promo for the RA10DA2. This is the one that I think I got in the frame over there. Or maybe that, I don't know. So
fantastic.
Anyway, and then more conversation with Leon Deloy. There was, I don't know if I brought it. Oh, here's. And he interviewed Mark II on board the Marconi's yacht. And I haven't found the actual interview yet. And
wow.
and that's that speaker up there. But there was, at some point, there was a partnership between Ferrand and Godwin. And that's shown on plaque he had hanging in his office with the nameplates of all the places that he helped design equipment for, I guess.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah, that's a family heirloom for sure.
So that hangs in my study. And this is, he's describing, I think, the RA6. Oh, no, I don't know. One of the Paragon. Hudson Maxim. You know, I guess Hiram Percy Maxim's, I don't know. 1923. Said Hiram Percy Maxim's uncle, or I don't remember. And then some of the articles he wrote. And then advertisements that played on his name.
This is great. Look at that. Yeah, they took advantage of him. Yep. Old Godly's amazing experience with Burgess radio batteries. Boy, yep. Hopefully he got paid for it, for the endorsement.
Yeah, so. And apparently this is late 22, so they're trying to do the other direction at this point, and then receiving without antennas. That, I think, is Leon Deloy's station, the French amateur. And, well, what is this? This is great. Radio delegates visit President Coolidge. And this is Harry Sadenwater, who my mom called Uncle Harry. So there's no familial relationship
So just,
there.
yeah.
But they were close friends, and apparently Harry was on board the first flying boat to test the flying boat transceiver, during World War I. And that was one of the receivers in here.
These guys were having all the fun.
So, and apparently Harry was at KGO in Oakland, California at that point. Yeah, May 18. So worked for GE at that point, and articles by my grandfather. So
there it is, another endorsement. So was he the co-owner for them, or an engineer for them, or I mean, he got his name on the equipment, or you think they put his name on the equipment just to help
No,
sell?
I think he had. I mean, there are 3 patents with my grandfather's name on them.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them involved that construction
So then he was
aspects
definitely,
of the speaker. The other one was actually radio related.
So he was involved for sure. That's great.
So yeah, there's several more notebooks, but
No, that was great. Thank you.
Far enough. And he started his own consulting company, working on setting up radio networks across the country. And I have a little bit of that. He helped with Armstrong. When Armstrong was setting up the Yankee network, FM, this is the whole
Wow.
bit. So.
Oh wow.
And my grandfather handled, you know, the interface with the FCC or whatever it was at that time for Armstrong.
That's great. A lot of history.
Yes.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much.
So,
I'll give you a break for a bit, and I get a break for a bit too, and we'll probably be back later. I want to see how the other guys make it down at the other end there. But it was great. Thank you so much.
Good.
In addition to the PowerPoint that we did, which I'm sorry it took me so long to edit. But we get it done.
Not finding time.
But this is good. We're live today. So, all right. Thanks again. Is it still rolling? Oh, that's a break. All right. Switch to the other cam.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. That was really great.
I want to go through some of that on my own without the camera in my
Some of
hand.
that actually. Which camera am I looking at here? Oh, it's this one. Why is one of the cameras fuzzy?
Looking at carpet.
Because it's looking at.
There.
We've got a good holding screen there for now. This I got to charge up. Oops.
That Fleming dowel, you know, I found that came out of the house. It was in a Stuart Warner gauge box with a fragile written all over it with cotton balls stuffed in there. And I figured, I can't leave it like that.
I'll get you offline because those are beautiful acrylic cases. I can never find nicely well-made ones like that. Those are great.
Yeah, I forget who I got it from, but I'm sure I can look it up.
I've seen some on eBay. I buy them. They're garbage. They put them together with cheap glue. They fall apart after 3 years. All right. So we got. Right now, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to press up the player piano. I didn't want to.
Oh yeah, let it roll. I'm good with that. Give me a few minutes. I just need a little bit of a break. Hold the camera down there. Raise me down completely. But yeah, no. And I'm probably going to go outside for my nicotine habit. Can't help you there. Still my own man, so.
It's a player piano.
And he's got the metal tabs now between the hammer and the strings. I love that.
The metal tabs down.
Yeah, it's a player piano.
Good, you haven't heard CW coming through your speakers there or anything? No, not yet.
Yeah, that's all really cool though. I still don't know much about shortwave in general though, so eventually I'll try to get into it. But
Sure, if you have an interest. I'd like to pop the hood on that and see if the audio transformers are good. The audio transformers are good. It would not take much to get that on them. This is an oldie. It's a beauty.
How old is that?
I would say era 1921 probably.
I was gonna say real early 20s.
Early 20s, yep. This is definitely the early, I would say early, no later than 22 or 23, but 1920 to 1923. It's early in the battery set world.
Oh,
So are you gonna push that on YouTube?
Oh, it's on already. It's all live. So tonight, once I get home, because it's a lot, I'm just kind of just leaving it. So I'll probably go through it and put bookmarks and sort of a directory underneath it. So if people want to see, Bruce speaking, the transmitter, they can just click on that. It takes them right to that time. Oh, this is fun. This is great. I still have tons of footage from Newington when Bob walked me through the entire museum. I still haven't had time to really put it together right. I want to do it real. So when I told Bob I was coming here, he's like, why don't we just do it live? This way you don't have to edit it after the fact. I'm like, I'm good with that. That's fine. It worked out good.
Well, I'd love to have you come up to the museum.
Absolutely.
And see the online.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I got to do.
Actually, it's 5 hours.
Sure. No, I'm west. Oh, yeah.
So what it is between Rochester and Canada.
Oh, that's not bad.
No,
I don't know if any of you guys want a formal tour, but this is the first opportunity we've had some guests. So we're going to go and start a formal tour, and if you guys are welcome to tag along if you want.
I may catch up with this.
Yeah, okay. I'll be a couple hours probably. All right, as you can see directly over our heads, we have 1800s. We put everything together in a chronology that really helps you understand how we're always looking for that. Really the interesting.
Good stuff.
Here's an airplane pilot. Well, they understood.
Alright, so they live on
Oh, yes. Oh, you are sorry. You're here for lunch? Oh, okay. These gentlemen over here are going to be a event. This gentleman here.
It is a small world.
Was
Well, I don't, I just like to sing, so I don't join any churches.
Just for the singing.
But Queens went to that, just Barry and Mark.
This system will for us,
yes.
That's how we came up with that.
Yeah, I read it. I was sent out the tour perfect to the bar, right. That's right.
Okay. I'll take you to John Mills. Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me. Sure.
Go easy on that stuff, you want you to, get crazy later.
Alcoholic, is it?
Not that I know of. Well, that depends upon who gave him the bottle. There's the.
Well, I know where they keep the hooch. There's more like that back, there's some scotch and gin. They'll spread it on, you see it just right bottles. And that is proof that thanks. And in the process of oh, really? All the images of the dust, the image of the bell. And those people are
She said we just thought this was the 100th anniversary.
well, obviously, we did too many at once.
There were several people here for that.
Yeah. Oliver was
It was in the paper, which is, they said in the paper that the transmission was going to be separate.
It's not the only one, but they're all.
Why that didn't become a standard? Most of the time, you see that as well.
In that.
Print industry is interesting to look at. Ask people what they call it. Print industry, we're going to say the Gutenberg press. Well, back in 1400 or something.
That's a quarter, that's one of these.
It wasn't so much the press, it was the idea of having formed images of letters on pieces of lead.
All right, let's see here now.
They then locked it up and Chase put it on the train service. And they run their house. And once they were done, they had to wash all these off.
I grew up Great Knot, less than 5 miles. We would ride our bikes because there was a pond.
So we
bought an old car.
Oh, she's having a blast here. She's like, I'm off for weapons. Like, he goes,
She's all yours for a while. Where would you like to be? Your pick.
I would say,
I only got so much range. I can't go in another room, unfortunately.
Right,
Once I get in the other room, it just cuts you off. Good back. There's so many good backdrops and stuff to choose from.
either here or over here, where there's less noise.
Maybe down in here, it's kind of quiet. That's fine. All right, let me switch the camera over.
This doesn't, my distance doesn't have to be very long, just a couple of minutes.
No, sure.
So I'll introduce myself and then we'll...
Go ahead. You're on.
Oh, okay. Hi. I'm John Fasella. I'm the president of Radio Club of America. And I'm at the very museum here in Connecticut. This is really a fantastic place. There was so much to see. I've been walking around a little bit myself. You saw earlier the replica 1BCG transmitter that was made, Wireless Association, Bob Day's group. And they did a really nice job. I guess it's putting out about 200 watts now, which is great. So what's not well known is that transmitter and the Radio Shack and the antenna at Greenwich was put up by members of the Radio Club of America. A group of amateurs within the club spent some time putting that together rather hastily. They didn't have a lot of time. And then Paul Godley, and you met his grandson earlier,
he went over to Scotland to receive the transmissions with the Beveridge antenna. So my purpose in being here was just to say hello, look at the replica transmitter, and then tonight I'm going to go to another location here in Connecticut, and I am going to be doing a transmission at 21:52 hours today, the 11th, and I'm going to be sending in Morse code, CW, the same exact message that was sent from one BCG 100 years ago to Godly. And then we are going to follow with a second message, which is a more modern one. So we're kind of looking forward to that tonight. Hopefully my fist will be fairly straight and easy, because I'm a little rusty, but I've been practicing.
And what frequency are you guys going to be on, or
We're
plan
going
to
to
be on?
1925 kilohertz, and we're asking everybody to please clear that frequency for about 5 minutes it'll take to send the messages. And interestingly, I'm going to send the messages with several straight keys, and 2 of those straight keys will be available to people. If they'd like to make a Dope America, we're going to award them to the highest donor. And we have a certificate of authenticity that will be signed by myself, my executive vice president of the Radio Club, Chip Cohen, who together with Tim Duffy, by the way, K3LR, organized this reenactment that we're going to do tonight. Spent a whole year organizing it. And finally with Tom Frenay, who is the operator of the station, where we're going to use, and the 3 of us will authenticate the use of those 2 keys. So it's an exciting moment for the Radio Club, it's an exciting moment for the ARRL and the RSGB and AWA, and we're really very pleased to be here, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thanks a lot. And for those that don't know, this is my lovely wife, W3TKP, who is my assistant to make sure that the stream does not go down while we're doing it. All right, I'm gonna let's go check in on the guys with the transmitters here and see what's going on down here.
What are these people saying? Stoner's not Billy.
It's not?
He's a Flylander.
K5AAL.
Yeah.
That one's working.
Won't close it down for a bit?
No. It's finally working. We're going back 5 years.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I was watching you guys while you guys were streaming.
Yeah, I was streaming, yeah.
Those are some great pics. I remember those.
There, I'm taking the value and doing some work on it. There's Brian. That's when the E-rig went. He's pissed. That's what reminds me of it. Here. Well, here's the truck. The Lee's truck. No, it's feeding time for the dogs. Brian.
Yep.
There's Bob Allison.
You know, how long ago was that, Dad?
This is 5 years.
This is, I don't know why. It feels like it was longer ago.
There's Clark's audio chain.
Oh, I remember that. Let me just make sure that's off.
There's Clark. Seeing who's taller, the flagpole or him. He's in traffic now with the cone. Oh, this was the recording. I'll get that. That's the flex. That's the actual transmission he made.
Clark with his jacket and tie.
That's Ryan on his radio in his truck. That's his sister.
Yep.
That was a great one, Clark. And the signature stuff that he's got there. There's the first time AM band.
I remember the bell.
Yeah. There's Brian again.
He is. You know, I'm wondering, how is he in another room right now, or is he still here? Is he in the phone player area? Okay, I'm gonna wait because Bob kind of covered that. I want to wait till he gets like over here.
Oh, okay.
John, who?
He had a white mask on. That's him in the background. The guy who's here.
Okay. I want to check in on the stack. I want to see if they're running in there. This could be funny.
Which camera? Where is it? You switch it?
No, I put it back to the local camera. Right now we're just filming the table. Right now we're just filming the table. I'm going to take this camera, set it up, and then I'm going to transition over.
Oh, got it.
Excuse me, guys.
Oh, that's a Pennsylvania thing there?
Oh, it's my website.
Yeah.
Cool, it's coming in nice.
Yeah, that's where we heard the wonderful chirp on the transmitter from here. Can you imagine? This one's probably good compared to most. Some of them.
Ever heard spark?
Be careful, that's essentially wideband transmission.
Wipe out, huh?
Yeah, that's the Caravel.
Did you have one of those when you were little?
He has one now.
You know, it's funny. As I got older, a lot of the stuff went in the trash can or got sold at a garage sale. And then when I finally got licensed, decades later, I'm like, why did I get rid of that? So I'm finding all this stuff on eBay and buying it back. I got a whole collection of all the toys that got me into radio when I was a kid.
The first receiver that I built was a GR91 Heathkit. And you know what? I found one for $20 at a field.
Isn't that something?
Because I removed, I just left it outside in the trash. I said, oh, it wasn't very good.
Yeah, everything that's old is new again. Like, just even like looking at the computer display here. I probably had all of these at some point or another in my life. I had the Commodore 64, I had the TRS-80 color computer from Radio Shack, the Atari 800, I had a PC Junior, I had the compact portable when I was a programmer when I was very young. And it's like all the stuff, you know, you just, what am I going to do with this? You throw it out or sell it. This, did you see this? This is cute. I got to get a picture of this. Plasticville made all the buildings for hobby train sets.
Actually, they were tested to use nuclear plastic.
But the bed would be plastered up against the wall with a shadow.
My mother, we had this washing machine. My mother grew up with this washing machine. She hated it because she got her fingers stuck in the rollers when she was a kid.
The TV over here. That is funny though.
Well, you blew the fuse.
Yep. It's out. It's open. It's great. Some stuff.
What radio station was this?
Oh, no, this one I've never seen before. This is
I've
the first time
I've
ever
seen these.
this. Western Channel?
Yeah. Yeah, he's out.
The sports
Yeah,
channel, the
Bozo.
clown channel.
Yeah, Davy Crockett. Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Hey there, how are you? You see the remote controls? The old remote controls here?
I was looking at them. I actually had one of these. There was the, and then Zenith came out with the Space Command, which was completely ultrasonic.
My father had a remote control. Robert, come over here. Robert, change the channel. And I have some old TV guides. Remember these?
Yeah, TV Guide. I used to actually, believe it or not, even when I was a kid, I enjoyed reading TV Guide. I have no idea why.
Look, Lost in Space. Hey, buy these pictures.
What I'm thinking. Nobody around by me.
It is a beautiful place. Now, what's the diner that's right near 84 as it goes through there, right in Milford? You can see it right from the highway. Look down, there it is.
Oh,
there's a diner.
it's the silver aluminum
Yeah,
shell.
that's it.
Tanya,
Mike Gruber and I were trying to remember the name of the place.
Tanya, what's the name of the diner down on the 3-lane as you're going out to school? Village Diner. Thank you.
Village Diner.
Well, that's what it's called now. It might not have been the same name a while ago, but it's the Village Diner now. Same owner, I believe.
Okay.
They got good food in there too. Would you kill me if I built something like this in the basement? This big? Just for the fun of it?
You do everything else.
What's one more thing?
Yeah.
Actually, if you think about it, you could technically, you move the meter a little bit, you could hang it on a wall. It'd be quite a wall hanger. You know.
Hey, Bob, I have one of those nice switches.
What time is it anyway? 'Cause I
Yeah,
wanna
how about that?
It's only 4
Does
o'clock.
anybody play the theremin?
I was looking at that.
It works.
I have one.
That's cool.
That is the first electronic instrument that didn't have to play by hand.
The container in the back.
Yeah.
There
Is
on the table.
That's a theremin.
Yep.
Really? Yeah. I do what you call it there. Forbidden Planet, Lost in Space.
Did you ever hear Philip KA4KOE
Yeah,
down in
yeah,
Georgia?
yeah.
He's actually pretty good at it.
Yeah,
He
he's
does all
pretty
these
good.
concerts and
Yeah.
stuff.
I have a Moog.
The Moog one?
Yeah, $350 on Amazon. Yeah, it's nice. It's all programmed.
I've looked at it a couple times. Probably
my bass speaker.
I probably wouldn't use it enough. That's the only reason I haven't bought it yet.
It takes a little technique there. It's not an easy instrument to really learn.
I'm thinking spy camera.
In New York City, there's a young lady that plays them. But it was featured in quite a bit of movies.
That's pretty good. No, I'm just going to leave it up there for now. This way, when you guys start again, I have my secret camera station up there. Don't tell anybody. I want very pumped on this conversation. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Oh, you had your moment of stardom?
You get to know.
Scientists changed it.
So can I look?
I froze again? All right. I got to bring the camera back in anyway. I'll get it fixed. Technical challenges. Yeah, I just wasn't moving the camera. That's probably why it looked frozen.
No. It didn't look like what it was pointing at. Oh, you had it facing this way.
I had it facing back this way.
Oh, I thought you were facing there. My bad.
User error. User error.
And he drove it in New York.
Now, Bruce, at some point, Mark would like to get on the air and talk, sort of share with us. Oh, great.
This one here, you notice something a little different. This side, you notice something a little different, right? Not great. All this happening, and you vibrated, this one is
Practicing?
No. It's passing the time. We have an hour and 45 minutes before we start. I'll have to reset the frequency before we start because
Does it want it? Yeah, longer?
I had it at 1829, but I went down to 18, 19.
this one here is
It's not like we're using frequency synthesis.
Right. No. We're trying to make a replica of a 1921 transmitter. That's not an option.
All right, we're going to shift here to the forward in this box. This is one by two. At the end of the donation, couple down here, Very clearly, still used today, and most people who say that don't know what they're saying. But this some pictures.
So when was the replica built? Is it selling or release?
What did you find?
He's done a tour. I talked to Bob Allison, and he said he wouldn't pay for it from the morning. You know, if you got enough guys here, have it in there in 5 minutes, and when we're done, we can decide what we're going to get up in the morning and get the bottle and grab.
This is about 25 years
My choice would be to get in there tonight. Suburban's in place, slam it in there. We know how to pack the Suburban. We'll get all the boxes in first, and slide this in there. And then we're done. It's a done deal.
The weather should.
So, what happens is a very bright white light emits from this, and that is what you're up on stage. So, if you're in the limelight, you must be on the stage. If you're on the stage, you must be famous. And that's what we aim at. You say, oh, well, have somebody next time, somebody uses that. That go on YouTube, Google limelight, and there's very little information out there on the internet about the article. This was used in lighthouses for a lot of other applications. But the whole idea of the article limelight was basically lost. And I've had relatively young people who use that term. These are young people understand, oh, yeah. Right. Well, yeah, if you come here, they know why. Very little information on that. We researched and pieced a lot of little pieces together. Is how we figured it out. But just go on Google and find out and have a whole piece of all like this. Yeah. Well, they bought the house. It was in the house when they bought it, so they I mean, this drove around the back of the stagecoach with the acting crew, and once that whole tour of theater went away, we got the remote control. We didn't have to do that. They used to start coming out the most. It's I think there's a chemical reaction that happens at a certain temperature. It's quite burn down in this area. Think about it. You're going to do an electric spark, you're going to do line laying, or the other option they have is a gas station. There's gas in the building, they tap into it, and have a bunch of gas lights across the whole stage. Yes, a lot of places burn down. It's very dangerous. Yeah, you're welcome. Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Well, I mean, right here in Manhattan, Limestone Park, the whole idea of Limestone Park is a raceway, it's a car raceway up in the northwest corner of Connecticut. And you go up there and see the hillsides where they mine the lime on the hillsides, like cliffs up there. Fertilized. Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah. A lot of different uses, but it wasn't limestone. Yeah. Now you know.
Well, there are stories in the old stories of the line was that sometimes when wagons hauled the line away, the wagons would occasionally have fire. And that there would be ghostly lights from the line.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. Moving right along, we go to the motion picture, and when common sense pops back up again. A lot of people are trying to perfect motion picture. We all know that it's a bunch of still images that flash in front of our eyes that makes it feel like motion. You put it on a film strip, as you move from frame 1 to frame 2 being projected on the screen, that movement between the frames can't hold being projected on the screen with the blurs the image. Okay? So you have to have a way of bringing the film down so film 1 sits still for a second. Light lasts through it, and then the light has to be shut off instantaneously until frame 2 gets in position, same on frame 3 and frame 4. Lighting of the day was incandescent. You know, when you turn anything that has light on, it doesn't shut off. It's a glow, fades. Oh, I know good. So Edison came up with the idea of the synchronized shutter. Here's the light source, the film would travel out and you get clear. Here's the lens, the picture all right over my right shoulder. Right now, the shutter is in front of the lens, blocking the light that comes straight over. As the mechanism advances, the frame now projected on the screen through the film. When the shutter is in there, and frame 2's moving out, and 3 moves in, and it continues to repeat. So by putting the synchronized shutter in front of the lens, it allows the animation to work on the screen without boring. So, early keys, how do you run it if there's electricity available? This is if electricity is not available, I would carry batteries to make the lasers run it, but I can show the film. A lot of people get started from the internet. I'm going to try this for 2.5 hours for a piece of film. Not at this time. Film is about 5 minutes long. This is when people line up around the block to come in and watch 5 minutes of course across the street. The content wasn't the amazing thing, it was the technology that was the amazing thing. So the early movies were very short. They had no plot in there. It was just images of things moving. So this was a portable projector. Throw it in the box. This guy might follow these people around and bring movies to the town after theater. He sets up the same range ball and shows movies for the town. Once they built movie theaters, this became we got it. It's just a larger see what it's but now it's obviously stationary.
Now I got it.
This is what I call the Wild West So, it makes all the sense in the world. Nitrate-based film we're showing through Viper, and let's see how we're going to like it on film. Guess what? A lot of films that have been spoken at times. It's not unusual to go watch it. Fire out, A lot of people wonder why I still can't transport the movie. I still can't. One thing I did so as I was back on stage for one time, one thing I did was fun. I bought the body. Well, if it wasn't, that's why. Every time I go on the operating, those are the batteries. I know what I'm going to do, whatever I have to do, put it in the fire box so that it does the water.
Speak a little better.
Eventually, power is
Yeah, yeah.
change the sound, change the power.
I do love
And you'll realize it's not on the film.
Not everything's in code, as you know.
Yeah. When you watch old films today, sometimes you see white marks. Those are cue marks for the projection. And yeah, very, very. Eventually, sound guys on the film. And it's all there. It's all a lot of it. It's all done by the lessons. The computer, the isolated ones, all that story. Software and radio. And they had to roll my software for light source and close so that the light source goes from one stop to the rest.
Yeah, I know. And my Uncle Danny.
So the way they synchronize it, the pictures you can show up here, the lens, the sound for that frame and the whole lens level is 16 frames in advance. All in right, this would be in the theater. The batteries, the original, 7 years old. That is the spotlight. It's a carbon arc spotlight, and it is a flood that now has the spotlight. This system sees the battery down, and then these are all the other things that are back to the all the different color gases. And it also has watching the lens there. Just like a piano.
The system as well.
Well, yeah, when the first bolt came out, then it's the bolt on right enough to do something. So, correct. The sealed bolts are not right enough, like this was the soundtrack. This came out of the Daily Theater in Hartford. The sound output, the sound pickup, and this amplifier through the tubes, and then this would be sent to the speakers that we were using behind the screen. The sound. Oh yeah, very good. Sadly, the day of the theater was almost on the ground, and this is lot of the interfaces are gone. We were able to find that we don't find actually that's an intermediate. This does not look like much on the board here, but this is huge. This is the first application of electronics for long distance communication, i.e. the telegraph system. And again, revolutionary at its time when you look back at this the loop of wire in the power supply running between say circuits. The circuit is controlled by a switch, which is the key, and the device being driven at these two electromagnetic coils plus wire go down these points. As I do it, here, lots of dashes. It was in the 1800s. The telegraph was developed in 1837 by two British scientists, and Morse came up with the code. In and around there somewhere, the American code. There were different codes, the American, the international code. I would say they're around the same time. No, well, there were, because there was American code, there was international code, and in fact, confusing American, if you look on code, the famous SOS is, S is three short dots, O should be long, three longs, and then three shorts. That is the SOS code. And here, I think, the American code had dot dash dot. This whole setup tonight at 6 o'clock, when they start broadcasting, because that was what we used back in 1920 was the first broadcasting. So we have a group of guys that are experts. Every 15 minutes. 100 years ago, tonight, a group of amateurs sent the first amateur broadcast from Greenwich, Connecticut to stop me. Up until that point, Marconi was the only one that had done it. And he's using these huge generators, huge power supplies, big antenna arrays, and he's using them low frequency. Because you believe low frequency is here. The amateurs, Armstrong were saying, no, high frequency is better. And so the group was put together a relatively small station in France.
It's a Winston line.
I ended up, I gave it up in March 12th of 1996. That's what my cigar time now.
Yeah, see, he can't, like, if he quit smoking, he can't go near anything. If he has one cigarette, he goes right back. He quit for the longest time, and then he just had one stupid cigarette, and that was it.
I never really, you know, I started smoking one day, but I never really smoked a long time. I mean, the longest I ever smoked would be a year and a half. I quit longer than I've ever smoked. And usually I end up going back to smoking there was, what do you call it, crisis or something. I broke up with a girlfriend or something, you know. And then the next time, the next crisis, I broke up with a girlfriend. and then always, I remember standing on the steps of the courthouse and going to my wife, and I got a cigarette, smoking again. You wonder why? And I smoked for about a year. And just before I got in 96, I didn't go cold turkey. I knew I wasn't going to, years ago I used to do it. One time I quit before I used nicotine. And I quit within a week using the gum. It wasn't so much the gum, it was the pen. You're so used to having something in your hand. You know, a swizzle stick, you know, chew gum, take a fresh beer, a glass of cold water, and I quit. Well, the next time was years and years ago, and I started smoking. And I went back to the cigarettes. And my two roommates smoked. So I can't quit. So what I would do is I would have a cigarette. Because you were late. You were late. And then I would smoke all day long. Then I would get home and I would go to my roommate and I made that lasted me 2 weeks. And if I were but it's expensive. $10 something. $10. You figure you
It's wow.
It's
That's why I told him, Mark, do you know other stuff you could get?
yeah. So, and that, you know, I drank all my years when I was young and stuff like that. And I turned around and I took that money from cigarettes and stuck it in the jar. I went to smoking cigarettes. The cocaine I got. And the same thing with drinking so much. How many beers? Before, you know, I was drinking 2 beers a night, maybe shots. Depending on it, you get stuff. And I said something like that. I don't know. From that. Yeah, we got some.
I have some. Yeah.
Oh, you do already?
No, I didn't take these.
No, I didn't see that either. So what happened is that it said to my dad, "Did you drink?" I said, "Yeah." I would put it this way. There was times, you know, I think I was drinking too much, and I would stop drinking. And I went for a long time without drinking at all.
Yeah.
But then my doctor said to me, he goes, "Maybe have a couple of beers a week." And that's one of the This 6, 7 days a week. Maybe have 1 beer, not always 2 a night. And I said, he says, "You come home right away and have a drink? You wake up in the morning, you want to drink?" I said, "Sometimes I wouldn't start having a drink till after 6 o'clock, 7. Or I wouldn't even drink. I go to a picnic. If it wasn't 6 o'clock, and I didn't eat, I'm not drinking. Everybody's drinking at the picnic. He goes, "Picnic." Because I can't see it. Because when you start coming home and right away, you start popping up a beer. Or you say, "I gotta have a beer." Then it's fine. But I come from a long line of drinkers. My uncle's
I come from a long line of drinkers, so do I.
Yeah. But well, that's the Deutschen, of course. And my uncle's drank Canada Dry. Then you work out all the States. My mother didn't want me to smoke the farm. Because when you start coming home and right away, you start popping up a beer. There's no reason where you say, you know, we got laid off. I give my fair share. But I come from a long line of drinkers. My uncle's
I come from a long line of drinkers, so do I.
Yeah, well, that's the Deutschen, of course. And I don't know, there's something about that orange. My uncle's drank Canada Dry. Yeah, but you know what I find? And Lynn said the same thing. I find drinking it quicker. And sometimes drink tastes real good. You seem to drink it faster. But I stopped drinking bourbon and whiskey. I'm drinking amaretto. Sipping that. That's, you know, then I get the little Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Little Haagen-Dazs. I came up on getting beer and I was sponsored. You been drinking?
Yeah, right.
You get a lot of hits?
Kind of all over.
Well, I got a call from my friend. What frequency are you at? See, this isn't going off like 55 years ago. It should have been on 40 meters. Even 80. If it wasn't 110, it was like couldn't stay home and started working the radio.
It's fun just to get out sometimes. Good.
This is a big thing for us.
This isn't a bad ride at all.
No, so this is a big thing. The 95th anniversary, Rick, the lead came down, Bob Allison and all, Brian and Lisa were there, a bunch of friends of mine there also had two radios, you know. Joe Hollis, who passed away, who wrote for QST, just recently passed away. And, you know, being coming, that it was an event in my hometown.
That was that.
I couldn't, you know. You have this one? Look at the condition.
So if I look at nice and look, if I polish it up and read it. Somebody but I gotta tweak it.
But this, so that's hard because, yeah, you got, you can tell they weren't being laid in. With the pen. Yeah.
And then you go in, yeah.
Yeah, and nobody did. So that's why I'm saying, the quality of this already was nice. I got to say,
It's so done.
Now this,
Definitely a great one. So I would keep a couple, but not.
Up here, check it out. It might be a little hard for everyone to hear it. It's actually working quite well right now. But this sits here, all we've got is a couple coils, a diode, antenna, and the ground, and it sits here for 24/7. 365. Because it's running off of radio wave power. No electric power, no battery stream, there's no cord to plug in. What you're hearing through the headphones is the power of the radios. We forget that even though they're invisible and running in front of our nose right now, they are energy. And if you create a crystal set, you're tapping into the radio and turning it into sound. So that's the cool thing about the crystal sets. If you build, you take it home, plug it in, put it in the ground, and it will stop playing. It puts out sound because it's picking up energy from the radio wave. As long as there's a radio wave there, it's going to put out sound. Yes. Fine, whatever.
whatever broadcasting waves are out there.
It's in the area. Oh, well, that's where you do the tuning. These allow you to tune different frequencies. So you can go to different frequencies. The ones that we build in our classes, we got like 4 stations and 3 AM stations. These are all crystal radios or crystal parts in here. They were the earliest form of receiver. And predated radio because we were picking up wireless radios. Now, run test for oils, I guess. I want to ask them and see if they want to come down and watch this because I usually turn all the lights off.
I love this. I love
See
this.
if they want to come down.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're gonna digress a little bit right here to someone who's not really a communications guy, but his contribution was big to communications. It sounds like it doesn't make sense. Nikola Tesla is an Eastern European person who came. He came to America to work for our buddy Thomas Edison. We know Thomas Edison. And He knocked on Edison's door. No, he wanted to get paid. He basically came here with a shirt on his back, so he needed some income. Edison realized he was a really sharp guy.
The picture hasn't moved. Yeah, it was. You had it facing out, and it's still facing out.
All of a sudden, it's going to resync. Are they really going to fire the coil?
Yes, he is.
Power should be. These guys were. Keep in mind, what was Edison's most famous invention? The light bulb. You realize when he invented the light bulb was totally worthless? There was no infrastructure. Houses did not have wires. Everything was lit by oil lamps. There was no electricity. There was no power grid. So
I'm sorry.
basically what he did, he invented the light bulb, created heat, and created a grid. So he's going to make a lot more money making power plants than he was selling 59-cent light bulbs. You know? And that's basically what it was. So, anyways, they are power and energy guys. And Edison is trying to push DC electricity. Now, DC electricity is electricity that travels through a wire only one direction. The problem with that is it runs into resistance as it goes along, and it gets tired and it runs out of energy and it dies off eventually. No way to step it back up. Tesla understood the advantage of alternating current, where you just take the electron and move them back and forth. We're good? We vibrate them back and forth, and what happens there is when they start to die off over distance of the wire, you can put it into a device called a transformer, step it back up again.
Am I on the way?
No,
Thankfully,
stay
we
there.
have that system here because we have a long distance grid. So, Edison, I think, understood the advantage of AC electricity when he had the dollar sign on his side. He said, wow, if I can convince everybody to use DC electricity, I'll have to build a power plant on every street corner in America. Ka-ching, ka-ching. And Tesla's going, my God, I could build a power plant and supply the whole city of New York from one spot. And so obviously they were butting heads. Tesla finally said, I can't take it anymore, and he walked. Edison didn't forgive him until the day he died. Tesla had no other connections in the United States at that point. So he was digging sewer ditches in New York City for a period of time. He's a brilliant guy, because that's all the job he could get at that point. Another contemporary by the name of George Westinghouse heard about that. George was in sewer ditches. And so he got the Westinghouse Tesla AC camp against the AC camp, and they did battle for a number of years. And again, like I said, Edison was the dashes on son of a gun. He would on, he would bring somebody around, come on down, everybody would have his technicians around the stray dogs and cats, put them up on the table, AC electricity, electrocute the animals. And it's proven. He used some of his earlier motion picture technology and filmed the electrocution of an It's on YouTube. I don't recommend you see it. Very, very sad. It's very, very sad. But this is a side of Edison that really isn't taught because it's schools and it shouldn't. It's proven true. It's proven true by. So finally, the thing that turned the table. I think it was 1889. Chicago decided they want the latest technology. The latest technology to light the fair. So they petitioned both Edison, Tesla, Westinghouse to be the fair. Well, Edison had to build a power plant for every display, and it was super expensive. Tesla proposes one beautiful AC power plant, running the wires throughout the fairgrounds. The first ceremony, they brought on the switch and all the lights were on. And so they obviously took Tesla's proposal, and the world got to see the advantage of AC electricity. So Edison but not for a long time. For a long time, many towns and cities were successful. When I started the museum back in 1990, I had an old timer come in. He said he used to sell radios up in Boston, early radios. And he said, people come into my shop, oh, I love that radio, I want to buy that. They said, okay, and they sign the papers and buy the radio. He would not let them take it out of the shop. He said, I will deliver. Once they left, he would look at their address, pull out a map of Boston, half of the supply with AC electricity. He had to modify the radio to work at their house because it may be set up to run AC and they may live in the DC section of Boston. So it went on for a while, but luckily AC finally went out and it was a huge advantage. This is all going on when the early wireless telegraphy guys and the early radio guys So Tesla sees that overshot is cool. It's cool. He said, power base, why can't I? And that basically drives himself for the rest of his life. He understands, so the radio guys are running high voltage, high frequency, and that's what gets their signal to propagate over a long distance. So he starts building Tesla. And what he's doing, he's taking 120 volts AC into a transformer, putting it into a transformer and stepping it up to about 12,000. You have two vacuum tubes here, which are just simply. There's two of them because they're in a push-pull arrangement. If I shoot this finger like this, I only get frequency, but if I use so much of the frequency, but if I use this, I now double in the frequency. And that's what's happening. They're turning on alternating, sending that pulsing electric, which then induces electricity in the secondary. It's moving and stopping electricity. Yes. Yeah, the electricity in there. You won't see anything move, but the electricity is pulsing. So, are those guys good if I turn lights off? Are those guys good if I turn lights off?
I'm not afraid of
Gang, I'm going to turn lights off.
Gang, I'm going to turn lights off for test the coil. We good? The lights will.
Let's see if anything. All right. So for full effect, here we go. Let's see what happens. Sorry. The first thing we see is this light on. There we go. We got voltage at such a high point that it's not waiting for a conductor anymore. It's going right through the air. And look, it's what's happening here. I have a fluorescent bulb that is being excited by the energy that's being put off. This is kind of a cool bulb because it's the original bulb to our display sign over there. We always thought it had a green sleeve on it, but it doesn't. It's got a different gas inside. We believe this is argon, because argon, when excited, turns green. And so we have an argon bulb here. Let me shut this off for 1 second because I don't want to burn my nose. I'm reaching back here. Okay. Any Star Wars fans? Any Star Wars fans? Yep. Darth's got nothing on me, baby. I got my lightsaber. I'm ready for it. In fact, my lightsaber is better than his. Times you get into a little fight and you only need a dagger. Darth can't do that. He doesn't have the adjustable saber. You know, the real big long one. A little bit big yourself in trouble. A little bit bigger guy comes around the corner, so I need half a saber. Oop, come on. And then Darth comes around the corner. So but what I'm demonstrating here is that I'm a part of the circuit. That's 75,000 volts. The energy is exiting that, going into the tube, and then exiting to ground through me. Unless I hold it down here, I don't get the energy all the way down. So I am a part of the circuit. Yes, basically. Well, the cool thing is with electricity, there's two values we work with. One is voltage, which is the force, and one is amperage, which is the flow. And when you do this through a Tesla coil, you're pushing the force extremely high, 75,000 volts. But you got to give something up to create something out of nothing. So what is lost is the amperage. So even at 75,000 volts, okay, don't get nervous. At 75,000 volts, there's no amperage to do any harm. So it's okay. Just a little tingle.
Feels like ants are crawling.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. There's another cool experiment we can do with this. Let me put this back.
Do you have other one of those? Do you have only one of those?
We got the new one. We got the new one to replace it over there. That light you see lit over there has the argon bulb. What I've got here, I'm not going to bother to turn the lights on, but I just made a loop of wire, and at one end of the loop I got the end pointing towards me, the other end I got it pointing the other direction. Those electrons coming out of there like to go off of sharp points. So we got a sharp point pointing this way, a sharp point pointing that way, which looks to be opposite directions, but if you spin this, think about it, they're going in the same direction. So I'm going to take that loop of wire and I'm going to put it up on top of the Tesla coil and just balance it there. Fire it up, let's see what happens. The sparks going off the end of the wire are pushing the wire in the opposite direction. So basically what you're witnessing is electron beam propulsion. This is kind of the root of the whole science fiction idea of warp speed. Theoretically, if we could get a spaceship up in space where there's zero resistance, have a big Tesla coil on board, and have the Tesla coil shoot electrons off the back end of the ship, what's the ship going to do? it's going to go in the other direction. Again, theoretically, the electrons can travel almost at the speed of light, so there's your warp speed. Assuming the ship achieves the same speed in the opposite direction as the electrons are from the
We then got another test for coil in.
We then got another test for coil in. And I learned the hard way, this one you don't put your hand into. It's bigger, and it is not using the vacuum tubes to give us a high frequency. I think the frequency is a little lower, and that's what causes the damage.
It's the same type of thing.
But anyways, it's the same type of thing. There's a 12,000 volt transformer in the bottom. That voltage comes up and goes to this device instead of the vacuum tubes. That device is a capacitor. It's simply a piece of glass with aluminum foil on both sides. Okay. So what happens when you put a voltage or a charge onto that, electrons flow into those aluminum foil sheets and fill them to capacitance. That's where we get the name capacitor. So you got this big charge of electrons built up, and there's no other place for them to go. So the next weak spot in the circuit is this gap we put here. They charge up and then go poof and shoot through that gap and send a jolt of electrons into these primaries, which then induces in the secondaries, and we get the same effect out top. So having learned the hard way,
A long wooden stick with a copper ball on it.
A long wooden stick with a copper ball on the
I
end.
will warn
It's
you,
a
the
lot
primary
safer.
spark down here.
I will warn you, the primary spark down here is a little noisier, so this one's a little bit more radical. But we're gonna be looking for the spark secondary. Here we go. There's the primary. There's our primary. There's our secondary.
Good light. I want to put that. Working quite well. Working quite well.
It's alive!
It's
alive!
It's alive. Get us some light
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, I can smell the ionized air.
Now, Tesla's dream was to be able to take this discharge and turn it into a beam and send it from point A to point B, creating a wireless grid or network for electrical distribution.
His last laboratory is down Long Island, not that far.
His last laboratory is down Long Island, not that far away from us, and he built a 6-story tall one of these things, and he had sparks jumping all over the place. And, the press loved him, and they were reporting, and it kind of got to his head, and he made one of the biggest mistakes in the world because he was preaching to the press, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to supply the world free energy." Well, all this experimentation he was doing, he wasn't doing on his own money. He was using other people's money. Mainly JP to sell people stuff. As soon as JP heard that he was going to give away electricity for free, JP says, no way. And so JP pulls the purse strings, Tesla goes bankrupt, and this guy had been a socialite his whole life. He would be out black tie and tails, partying, very popular with the women, the whole bit. And when this happened and he went bankrupt, he did a 180 and became a recluse. And he locked himself in a hotel room in the Hotel New Yorker in downtown New York and didn't talk to anybody. For the rest of his life. He survived into World War II. He died in 1950. And when they found him, all of his later research had been rifled through. When they opened up the hotel room, there was just papers strewn all over the place, and most of his stuff was gone. And it's still a mystery today as what happened to later research with Nikola Tesla.
We don't think he's ever been able to
We don't think he's ever been able to do it because that discharge up there would be, let's call it all electrons. They're all negatively charged. And the law of charges states that like charges like to repel. So there's no way you're going to get a bunch of electrons to follow in a beam from point A to point B. One of the theories on what happened to his later research was the CIA or the KGB, because if he ever did and shot that beam in an airplane, guess what? It would come out of the sky. So it had huge weapons potential, but it still is a mystery today. There's a lot of cult stuff around Nikola Tesla, but he was definitely a brilliant guy. He did all kinds of interesting things. He had I can't remember, an air antenna, or I can't remember what he called it, but I experimented with it up in the air, like an antenna, and then put a network of resistors and capacitors at the bottom of it, and then put your voltmeter at the other end, and you get a voltage. Out of thin air, literally out of thin air. It would take a lot of that to be able to come up with anything reasonable. But he understood that. The other thing was, what do you got?
Was it that? Was in New Jersey?
That's the one. No, that's a Long Island.
That was a Long. Isn't that the one that blacked out the town?
No, that was in Colorado Springs. He started out in Colorado Springs. There's a lot of guys. They were donating.
I remember that.
There's a lot of guys that experiment with these in their backyard. No. This one was made out of a popular science magazine from 1959. It was a kit.
Edison wired his Manhattan electricity in the beginning.
Yeah, as far as we know, it never was successful, and it's just kind of a fun toy to play with, basically. But a lot made through a lot of these experiments led to advances in communication indirectly. He wasn't necessarily inventing for communications, but a lot of the stuff he developed helped the communications field. Yeah.
From everything that he did, there was something, one thing somebody else would say, oh, wait.
Just imagine what we would have had if the things didn't happen. Edison wired his own. It was a funny time because you had John Rockefeller, Morgan, Westinghouse, all those guys were all tied into one.
Wiring the Berkshires.
Right, exactly.
Westinghouse was wiring the Berkshires.
Right, exactly. And also get the Viagra. Track for Viagra. I know that Tesla had the blueprint for AC. And you want to produce it at
It's sad.
I'm a big fan.
It's sad.
I'm a big fan of Tesla.
Yeah, they did that. They spent so much time working stuff in the laboratory.
No Jacob's fire? No Jacob's fire?
No. No. I taught school. When I taught school, I had one in school, but that didn't come.
I got my furnace guy. He's got a transformer for me.
No, I used when I was teaching. I would take these into school and I would have a high voltage deck. All the science teachers would bring this back into my classroom.
I'm glad this stuff is there.
As soon as Bob transits,
Which would have been all. That would have been all. All right, moving on. All right, moving on.
He's going to go home. He's going to want one. He's going to want one.
We actually had a crystal hand. But as we saw with the crystal set, the output is very, very demanding for and listen. And the lead first was the guy who invented the amplifying vacuum juicer. Well, he invented the amplifying vacuum juicer, but he didn't understand how it was. But as soon as you add a vacuum to it, it's because it's adding all the static and noise. All the early batteries will run off the batteries. That's where the most active process. So you see the battery here, there. The batteries will go there. This is the your headphones, but now it's attached to a port. The sound comes out down here. This is the forced radio. So it's appropriate to show you the first amplified radios that we did before. Over here are all battery sets. We're in about 1922 to about 1927. Not a household item at this point. These are for hardcore experimenters. Look at the knobs. These were way too complex for the average person. They were also very expensive. It wasn't unusual to spend $400 to $500 to get yourself totally with a radio system in the 1920s. The radio usually came as a kit. That free dice box up there says $80 on it to buy the kit. You then had to pay Johnny down the street to put it together, and later Johnny put a sign up that said Johnny Radio Repair. That's how a lot of the early radio guys got started. They also didn't come with vacuum tubes, so you had to buy the vacuum tubes. They didn't come with a horn speaker, so you had to buy your output device, your horn speaker. They didn't come with an antenna, so you had to buy the antenna, and then the array of batteries. It's an A battery, B battery, C battery. Very easily spend up to $400 to get set up with a radio. Very expensive. I have one set up and we can play it back here. This is a Stuart Warner model 1925, right in the middle of that era. And we're using battery eliminators down here to run it. It's going to feed out through this speaker here, and we're using this as the antenna. All we have to do is flip the switch, and it should come up. Okay. Well, this is a good demonstration because it's very difficult to tune. So 2-in-1 station, let's go for PIC. All three knobs have to be set in a specific place. So that's one of the reasons. So 36, so that 36 for that knob, 33.5 for this knob, somewhere in there, 32.5 for this knob. We're still not. Packers are good. Here I see filament voltage. Some filament voltage. Connection to the speaker. Okay. Something there. Well, anyways. There it is. Got it. There it is. But that's a perfect demonstration. So the average person is not going to go. So the average person is not going to go for a radio. This is what the hell it is. This simply means the signal that it's amplified, it's tuned, amplified, and sent out to the speaker. The problem with that is if you got a station right near the middle frequency of the circuit, came in very well. One of the topics at the top and near the bottom, it couldn't respond to that very well. So more development had to happen radio circuitry, and that brings us here over here. You hear a lot of people claim to be the father of radio. This is the true father of radio. This guy was a lot of the early heterodyne circuits he developed, and the problem with that TRF was getting it to respond in the whole frequency band was same. And so what everyone came up with was super heterodyne. It's a fairly simple concept. If I'm trying to grab a signal coming in at a high frequency, he put an onboard oscillator that put out a low frequency. And then he took them together, and guess what? We went up in the middle, about 450 kilocycles. Let's say I go to the bottom of the dial and try to pull in a low frequency station. He's got it set up so when you go to low frequency, his local oscillator goes high. So then he takes the two signals and mixes them together, and guess what? Right back where we were with the other ones. So now he could create a circuit that ran at one frequency and did the best job of reproducing sound. That was super heavy. This piece came into us a year or two ago as a donation. We just thought it was another battery set that goes against the wall. And my guys were starting to play with it and trying to get it working. And one of my other guys was back in their library going through some of the books, and he found these two pictures of Edwin and Howard Armstrong. And we looked very closely at the radio that Edwin was working on, and it's identical to this one. This was not a production set. So we're 99.9% sure this is the radio you see in the picture that Edwin Armstrong was. Yes. It was early on. It was early on. Yeah. Yeah. We have a whole library back there for all kinds of courses about the history of radio. So we are 99% sure this is the WBC picture. The story goes that his first super heterodyne circuit had 9 vacuum tubes, and he said that's the next iteration. His next iteration was 7 vacuum tubes, and he finally got it down to 6 vacuum tubes. So that's including this. But that made things so much better. A little side note, we keep on forgetting to mention this. This piece we got from the National Museum. That is a piece of wire from Edison's First Street power station, DC power station. They are still digging up, buried the wires. He buried the wires, and they still find pieces of it. And the National Museum had a piece. And they didn't need it. What they did was they went out to the museum for first come, first serve, and I have to see it. No, I think what you see, if you look at the end, there's 2 conductors with like an insulated material routine. But this was for DC, this is DC. So anyways, we got super heavy. And Edwin Howard Armstrong was working for RCA. RCA comes out with this radio in 1927. The engine battery is a radio of 17. It's now AC plug-in super heterodyne circuits, and notice how you operate. Switch on, plug it in, so switch on, just like a modern radio. Just like a modern radio. This is the radio that first sold. This is the radio that first sold commercial radio production for They still had a problem. They were selling them these little simple boxes. They were still very expensive. If I was a blue collar worker at the time, I would probably spend a third of my annual income to buy that radio. But it was a status. And there's only one place for that living room. You know what? You don't want to show off. I want something big and substantial that I can show off and have all my friends come over and get it playing. So the consumer pushes the market into the end of radio to super radio. Super heterodyne is perfected out with the now the focus all goes to cabin. That is what you see here. That was a radio in a record. Which is yes, you can find it almost the exact same model. Yeah, you can find it almost the exact same model without the phone. These are the speakers. Now these radios, again, think about it. Why sell them all one radio when not take multiple sales? So they kept the speaker separate. It's not until the next decade they get into that. But they're beautiful. Those are tapestry, they call it. They're both the same speakers. They're both the same speaker. This one is silk. It's extremely rare. That is silk. And when they first came in, it was bright red. And 99.9% of these speakers you find the silk is so that's a rare piece that we have. So that's a rare piece that we have. So the other one has no dressing. This one does. No, paper foam in there. Yeah. Right. There's a paper foam inside. Horseshoe magnet by causes of vibration because it's here inside. And that's all out inside. Anyways. That's a speaker. Yeah, that's a speaker. This radio we have to catch. Yeah, this radio we have to catch. This speaker and this speaker. Money that way, right? As we go around the corner, here's the Edison piece, somebody that knows this piece
Tanya, keep an eye on the camera. I want to see if it keeps up.
18.9, 18.1, 18. Mike's going to get there. Do you use any web SDR? No, oh yeah. That's KPFS. Right. Nope. Right. Yeah. Right. Web SDR.